Section 29 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Aristotle. Life, writings, and general character of his work. Aristotle was born in 384 BC at Stagirus, a Grecian colony and seaport on the coast of Thrace. His father Nicomachus was court physician to King Amydus of Macedonia, and from this began Aristotle's long association with the Macedonian court, which considerably influenced his life and destinies. While he was still a boy, his father died, and he was sent by his guardian, Proxenus, to Athens, the intellectual center of the world, to complete his education. He was then aged 17. He joined the academy and studied under Plato, attending the latter's lectures for a period of 20 years. In subsequent times, Aristotle's detractors, anxious to vilify his character, accused him of ingratitude to his master Plato. It was said that Plato's old age had been embittered by dissensions in the school caused by the factious spirit of Aristotle, that there is no ground for attaching any blame to Aristotle for the troubles of Plato, which either did not exist or have been grossly exaggerated, is evident both from the facts within our knowledge and from the reference to Plato in Aristotle's works. It is not likely that, had Aristotle rendered himself genuinely objectionable, he could have remained for 20 years in the academy, and only left it upon the death of Plato. Moreover, although Aristotle in his works attacks the teaching of Plato with unsparing vigor, there is nowhere to be found in these attacks any suggestion of acrimony or personal rancor. On the contrary, he refers to himself as the friend of Plato, but a greater friend of the truth. The fact, in all probability, is that a man of such independent and original mind as Aristotle did not accord to Plato the kind of blind adoration and hero worship which he may have received from the inferior intellects in the school. As is so often the case with young men of marked ability, the brilliant student may have suffered from the impatience and self-assertion of youth. There was certainly nothing worse. While at the academy, Aristotle exhibited an unflagging spirit, an unwearied zeal in the pursuit of knowledge in all its forms, a spirit which gave rise to nicknames and anecdotes, which probably contained as much truth, or as little, as most of the anecdotes which gather round remarkable characters. One of these stories was that he used a mechanical contrivance to wake him up whenever sleep threatened to put an end to his hours of study. In 347 BC, Plato died, and his nephew, Speusippus, was chosen as head of the academy. Aristotle left Athens with his fellow student Xenocrates, and together they repaired to the court of Hermaeus, king of Ontarius, in Asia Minor. Hermaeus, a man of low origin, but of high instincts and advanced education, had himself attended the lectures of Plato, and received the two young philosophers as welcome guests. Aristotle stayed 3 years at Artanius, and while there married Pythias, the niece of the king. In later life he was married a second time to one Herpylus, who bore him a son, Nicomachus. At the end of 3 years, Hermaeus fell victim to the treachery of the Persians, and Aristotle went to Mytilene. Here he remained for several years, till he received an invitation from Philip of Macedonia to become the tutor of the young Alexander, afterwards conqueror of the world, then aged 13. Aristotle obeyed the summons and for about 5 years superintended the education of Alexander. Both Philip and Alexander appear to have paid Aristotle high honor, and there were stories that he was supplied by the Macedonian court not only with funds for the prosecution of learning, but even with thousands of slaves for the collection of specimens. These stories are probably false and certainly exaggerated, but there is no doubt that, in his scientific and philosophical inquiries, he was backed by the influence of the court, and could even perhaps have looked to that quarter for supplies, had it ever been necessary. Upon the death of Philip, Alexander succeeded to the kingship. The period of his studies was now over, and he began to make preparations for subsequent conquests. Aristotle's work being finished, he returned to Athens, which he had not visited since the death of Plato. He found the Platonic school flourishing under Xenocrates, and Platonism the dominant philosophy of Athens. He thereupon set up his own school at a place called the Lyceum. It was in connection with this that his followers became known, in after years, as the Peripatetics, a name which arose from Aristotle's habit of walking about as he discoursed. The period of his residence in Athens lasted 13 years, during which time he was occupied in the leadership of his school and in literary labors. This appears to have been the most fruitful period of his life. There is no doubt that all his most important writings were composed at this time, but at the end of this period his fortunes changed. In BC 323, Alexander the Great died suddenly at Babylon, in the midst of his triumphs. The Athenian government was in the hands of a pro-Macedonian party. Upon the death of Alexander, this party was overthrown, and a general reaction occurred against everything Macedonian. Alexander had been regarded in Greece much as Napoleon was regarded in Europe a century ago. He had insulted the free Greek cities. He had even sacked the city of Thebes. The whole of Greece lived in perpetual terror of invasion. Now that this fear was removed by his death, there was a general outburst of feeling against Macedonia. An anti-Macedonian party came into power. Now Aristotle had always been regarded as a representative and protege of the Macedonian court, although as a matter of fact he had recently fallen out of favor with the autocratic Alexander. A charge of impiety was trumped up against him. To escape prosecution, he fled to Chalcis and Euboea, in order that, as he said, the Athenians might not have another opportunity of sinning against philosophy as they had already done in the person of Socrates. He perhaps intended to return to Athens as soon as the storm had blown over, but in the first year of his residence at Chalcis, he was overtaken by a sudden illness and died at the age of 63 in BC 322. End of section 29. Read by Rachel Costello.
Section 30 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 13, Aristotle. Part 2, Logic. Not much need be said under this head, because whoever knows the common logic of the textbooks knows the logic of Aristotle. Of the two branches of reasoning, deductive and inductive, Aristotle clearly recognizes the latter, and many of his observations upon induction are acute and penetrating. But he has not reduced induction to a science. He has not laid bare the fundamental canons of inductive thought. This was a work not performed until comparatively modern times. His name, therefore, is more especially associated with deductive logic, of which he was the founder. He not only founded the science, but practically completed it. What we now know as formal logic, what is to this day contained in all textbooks, taught in all schools and universities, is, in all its essentials, nothing more than the logic of Aristotle. His writings upon the subject include the treatment of the well-known laws of thought, the doctrine of the 10 categories, the 5 predicables, the doctrines of terms, of propositions, of syllogisms, and of the reduction of the other figures to the first figure of the syllogism. And these heads might well form the list of contents of a modern work on formal logic. In only 2 respects has any advance been made upon Aristotle by subsequent logicians. The 4th figure of the syllogism is not recognized by Aristotle, and he dealt only with categorical syllogisms, and does not treat conditional syllogisms. But whether or not the 4th figure of the syllogism has any value is still a matter open to dispute. And though the doctrine of conditional syllogisms is important, it is not essential, because all conditional syllogisms can be reduced to categorical syllogisms. The categorical syllogism is the fundamental type of reasoning to which every other form of deduction can be reduced. As for the rest of the huge treatises on formal logic which some moderns have produced, the supposed additions are nothing but wearisome, endless, useless, nauseating academic distinctions and refinements, which are much better forgotten than remembered. Aristotle's logic contains, therefore, all that is essential to the subject. The only ground on which it can be attacked is its wholly empirical procedure. But that is another story. As a collection, arrangement, and analysis of the facts of reason, it is to all intents and purposes finality achieved at one stroke. End of section 30. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 17th of February, 2022.
Section 31 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Metaphysics. The treatise, now known as the Metaphysics of Aristotle, did not originally bear that name. Aristotle's name for this subject is first philosophy, by which he means the knowledge of the first, highest, or most general principles of the universe. All other branches of knowledge are subordinate to this science, not because they are inferior in value, but because they are lower in logical sequence, as dealing with principles less universal in their scope. Thus, all the special sciences deal with one or another particular sphere of being, but the first philosophy has for its subject being as such, being so far forth as it is being. It studies not the characteristics of this or that kind of being, but the principles which are equally true of all being. The laws of zoology apply only to animals, but the principles of the first philosophy apply to everything. The name metaphysics came into use only half a century BC, when Andronicus published a complete edition of Aristotle's known works. In this edition, the treatise on first philosophy was placed after the physics, and metaphysics signifies simply after physics. The derivation of the word thus appears to be merely accidental and adventitious. Whether it was also in any way intended to signify that the subject is beyond physics, that is, deals with what transcends physical existence, seems doubtful. Aristotle's metaphysical theory grows naturally out of his polemic against Plato's theory of ideas, because his own system was in effect simply an attempt to overcome the defects which he found in Plato. The main heads of this polemic are the following. 1. Plato's ideas do not explain the existence of things. To explain why the world is here is after all the main problem of philosophy. And Plato's theory fails to do this, even admitting that, say, the idea of whiteness exists. We cannot see how it produces white objects. 2. Plato has not explained the relation of ideas to things. Things, we are told, are copies of ideas and participate in them. But how are we to understand this participation? And using such phrases, says Aristotle, Plato is giving no real account of the relationship, but is merely uttering poetic metaphors. 3. Even if the existence of things is explained by the ideas, their motion is not. Suppose that the idea of whiteness produces white things, the idea of beauty, beautiful things, and so on. Yet since the ideas themselves are immutable and motionless, so will be the world which is their copy. Thus the universe should be absolutely static, like Coleridge's painted ship upon a painted ocean. But the world, on the contrary, is a world of change, motion, life, becoming. Plato makes no attempt to explain the unceasing becoming of things, even if the idea of whiteness explains white objects. Yet why do these objects arise, develop, decay, and cease to exist? To explain this, there must be some principle of motion in the ideas themselves, but there is not. They are immovable and lifeless. 4. The world consists of a multitude of things, and it is the business of philosophy to explain why they exist. By way of explanation, Plato merely assumes the existence of another multitude of things, the ideas. But the only effect of this is to double the number of things to be explained. How does it help thus to duplicate everything? And Aristotle likens Plato to a man who, being unable to count with a small number, fancies that, if he doubles the number, he will find it easier to count. 5. The ideas are supposed to be non-sensuous, but they are, in fact, sensuous. Plato thought that a non-sensuous principle must be sought in order to explain the world of sense, but not being able to find any such principle, he merely took the objects of sense over again and called them non-sensuous. But there is, in fact, no difference between the horse and the idea of the horse, between the man and the idea of the man, except a useless and meaningless in itself, or in general, attached to each object of sense to make it appear something different. The ideas are nothing but hypostatized things of sense, and Aristotle likens them to the anthropomorphic gods of the popular religion. As these, he says, are nothing but deified men, so the ideas are nothing but externalized things of nature. Things are said to be copies of ideas, but in fact the ideas are only copies of things. 6. Next comes the argument of the third man, so called by Aristotle from the illustration by which he explained it. Ideas are assumed in order to explain what is common to many objects. Wherever there is a common element, there must be an idea. Thus there is a common element to all men, and therefore there is an idea of man. But there is also an element common to the individual, man, and to the idea of man. There must, therefore, be a further idea, the third man, to explain this. Between this further idea and the individual man, there must be yet another idea to explain what they have in common, and so on ad infinitum. 7. But by far the most important of all Aristotle's objections is to the ideal theory, and that which, to all intents and purposes, sums up all the others, is that it assumes that ideas are the essences of things, and yet places those essences outside the things themselves. The essence of a thing must be in it, and not outside it. But Plato separated ideas from things and placed the ideas away somewhere in a mysterious world of their own. The idea as the universal can only exist in the particular. Possibly the reality in all horses is the universal horse. But the universal horse is not something that exists by itself and independently of individual horses. Hence Plato was led into the absurdity of talking as if, besides the individual horses we know, there is somewhere another individual called the horse in general, or as if, besides white objects, there is a thing called whiteness. And this is, in fact, the supreme self-contradiction of the theory of ideas, that it begins by saying that the universal is real and the particular unreal, but ends by degrading the universal again into a particular. This is the same thing as saying that Plato's mistake lay in first, rightly, seeing that existence is not reality, but then, wrongly, going on to imagine that the reality is an existence. Out of this last objection grows Aristotle's own philosophy, the fundamental principle of which is that the universal is indeed the absolute reality, but that it is a universal which exists only in the particular. What is reality? What is substance? This is the first question for the metaphysician. Now substance is what has an independent existence of its own. It is that whose being does not flow into it from any source outside itself. Consequently, substance is what is never a predicate. It is that to which all predicates are applied. Thus, in the proposition, gold is heavy, gold is the subject, or substance, and heavy is its predicate. The heaviness is dependent for its existence on the gold, and is therefore the latter, and not the former, that is, the substance. Now, keeping this in mind, are universals, as Plato asserts, substances? No, because the universal is merely a common predicate which attaches to many objects of a class. Thus the concept of man is merely what is common to all men. It is the same thing as the predicate humanness. But humanness cannot exist apart from human beings, any more than heaviness apart from the heavy object. Universals, then, are not substances, but neither are particulars substances. For there is no such thing as that which is absolutely particular and isolated. If humanness does not exist apart from men, neither do men exist apart from humanness. Take away from a man what he has in common with other men and what he has in common with other objects, and you will find that, having stripped him of all his qualities, there is absolutely nothing left. We say gold is heavy, yellow, malleable, etc. Now the heaviness, the yellowness, and the other qualities cannot exist apart from the gold. But it is equally true that the gold cannot exist apart from its qualities. Strip off all its qualities in thought, and then ask yourself what the gold itself is apart from its qualities. You will find that your mind is a total blank. In taking away the qualities, you have taken away the gold itself. The gold can only be thought through its qualities. It only exists through its qualities. The gold, therefore, just as much depends on the qualities for its existence as the qualities depend upon the gold. Hence neither of them, considered apart from the other, is substance. But the qualities are the universal element in the gold. The gold without the qualities is the absolutely particular and isolated, for first the yellowness is a quality which this gold has in common with that gold, and is therefore universal, and so with all the qualities. Even if a particular piece of gold has a quality possessed by no other gold, it is yet possessed by some other object in the universe, or it would be unknowable. Every quality is consequently a universal. Secondly, the gold without its qualities is the absolutely particular. For, being stripped of all qualities, it is stripped of whatever it has in common with other things. It is stripped of whatever universality it has, and it remains an absolute particular. Hence the universal is not substance, nor is the particular, for neither of them can exist without the other. Substance must be a compound of the two. It must be the universal in the particular, and this means that that alone which is substance is the individual object, for example, the gold with all its qualities attached to it. It is usually believed that Aristotle contradicted himself, inasmuch as he first states, as above, that the individual object, the compound of universal and particular, is substance, but later on allows a superior reality to the universal, or form as he calls it, and in effect teaches, like Plato, that the universal is what alone is absolutely real, that is, that the universal is substance. I do not agree that there is any real inconsistency in Aristotle, or rather, the inconsistency is one of words and not of thought. It must be remembered that whenever Aristotle says that the individual and not the universal is substance, he is thinking of Plato. What he means to deny is that the universal can exist on its own account, as Plato thought. Nevertheless, he agrees with Plato that the universal is the real. When he says that the universal is not substance, he means, as against Plato, that it is not existent. What alone exists is the individual thing, the compound of universal and particular. When he says or implies that the universal is substance, he means that, though it is not existent, it is real. His words are contradictory, but his meaning is not. He has not expressed himself as clearly as he should. That is all. The further development of Aristotle's metaphysics depends upon his doctrine of causation. By causation here, however, is meant a very much wider conception than what is understood by that term in modern times. I have in previous lectures attempted to make clear the distinction between causes and reasons. The cause of a thing does not give any reason for it, and therefore does not explain it. The cause is merely the mechanism by which a reason produces its consequence. Death is caused by accident or disease, but these causes explain nothing as to why death should be in the world at all. Now, if we accept this distinction, we may say that Aristotle's conception of causation includes both what we have called causes and reasons. Whatever is necessary, whether facts or principles, whether causes or reasons, fully to understand the existence of a thing or the happening of an event, is included in the Aristotelian notion of causation. Taking causation in this wide sense, Aristotle finds that there are four kinds of causes: the material, the efficient, the formal, and the final cause. These are not alternative causes. It is not meant that, to explain anything, one or other of the four must be present. In every case of the existence or production of a thing, all four causes operate simultaneously. Moreover, the same four causes are to be found both in human and in cosmic production, in the making of manufactured articles by man, and in the production of things by nature. They are more clearly and easily seen, however, in human production, from which sphere, therefore, we select our example. The material cause of a thing is the matter of which it is composed. It is the raw material which becomes the thing. For example, in the making of a bronze statue of Hermes, the bronze is the material cause of the statue. This example might lead one to suppose that Aristotle means by material cause what we call matter, physical substance such as brass, iron, or wood. As we shall see later, this is not necessarily the case, though it is so in the present instance. The efficient cause is always defined by Aristotle as the cause of motion. It is the energy or moving force required to bring about change. It must be remembered that by motion Aristotle means not merely change of place, but change of any sort. The alteration of a leaf from green to yellow is just as much motion in his sense as the falling of a stone. The efficient cause, then, is the cause of all change. In the example taken, what causes the bronze to become a statue, what produces this change, is the sculptor. He is therefore the efficient cause of the statue. The formal cause Aristotle defines as the substance and essence of the thing. Now the essence of a thing is given in its definition, but the definition is the explication of the concept. Therefore the formal cause is the concept, or as Plato would call it, the idea of the thing. Plato's ideas thus reappear in Aristotle as formal causes. The final cause is the end, purpose, or aim towards which the movement is directed. When a statue is being produced, the end of this activity, what the sculptor aims at, is the completed statue itself, and the final cause of a thing in general is the thing itself, the completed being of the object. We can see at once how much wider this conception of causation is than the modern conception. If we take Mill's definition of a cause as the best expression of modern scientific ideas, we find that he defines a cause as the invariable and unconditional antecedent of a phenomenon. This cuts out final causes at once. For the final cause is the end, and it is not antecedent in time. It also does not include formal causes, for we do not think of the concept of a thing as being part of its cause. This leaves us with only material and efficient causes, and these correspond roughly to the modern notions of matter and energy. Even the efficient causes of Aristotle, however, appear on further consideration to be excluded from the modern idea of causation. For though the efficient cause is the energy which produces motion, modern science regards it as a purely mechanical energy, whereas Aristotle thinks of it, as we shall see, as an ideal force, operating not from the beginning but from the end. But it must not be supposed that, in saying that the modern idea of causation excludes formal and final causes, we mean that Aristotle is wrong in adding them, or that the modern idea is better than Aristotle's. It is not a question of better or worse at all. Modern science does not in any way deny the reality of formal and final causes. It merely considers them to be outside its sphere. It is no business of science whether they exist or not. As knowledge advances, differentiation and division of labor occur. Science takes as its province mechanical causes and leaves formal and final causes to the philosopher to explicate. Thus, for example, formal causes are not considered by science because they are not, in the modern sense, causes at all. They are what we have called reasons. If we are to explain the existence of an object in the universe, it may be necessary to introduce formal causes, concepts to show why the thing exists, to show in fact its reasons. But science makes no attempt to explain the existence of objects. It takes their existence for granted and seeks to trace their history and their relations to each other. Therefore, it does not require formal causes. It seeks to work out the mechanical view of the universe, and therefore considers only mechanical causes. But Aristotle's theory, as being philosophy rather than science, includes both the principles of mechanism and teleology. It was not Aristotle's habit to propound his theories as if they were something absolutely new, sprung for the first time out of his own brain. In attacking any problem, his custom was to begin by enumerating current and past opinions, to criticize them, to reject what was valueless in them, to retain the residue of truth, and to add to it his own suggestions and original ideas. The resultant of this process was his own theory, which he thus represented not as absolutely new, but as a development of the views of his predecessors. This course he follows also in the present instance. The first book of the Metaphysics is a history of all previous philosophy from Thales to Plato, undertaken with the object of investigating how far the four causes had been recognized by his predecessors. The material cause, he says, had been recognized from the first. The Ionics believed in this and no other cause. They sought to explain everything by matter, though they differed among themselves as to the nature of the material cause, Thales describing it as water,
Anaximenes as air.
Later philosophers also gave different accounts of it, Heraclitus thinking it was fire,
Empedocles,
the four elements,
Anaxagoras,
an indefinite number of kinds of matter. But the point is that they all recognize the necessity for a material cause of some sort to explain the universe. The earliest thinkers then, the Ionics, assumed only this one cause. But as thought advanced, says Aristotle, and other philosophers came upon the scene, the thing itself guided them. It was seen that a second cause was necessary to explain the motion and becoming of things. For matter itself does not produce its motion. Wood is not the cause of its becoming a bed, nor is brass the cause of its becoming a statue. Hence arose the idea of the efficient cause. The Eleatics did not recognize it, for they denied motion, and for them, therefore, no cause of motion could be assumed. But Parmenides, Aristotle thinks, wavered on this point, somehow allowing vaguely the existence of a second cause, which he denominated the hot and the cold. The reference is, of course, to the second part of the poem of Parmenides. Other philosophers clearly assumed an efficient cause, for they thought that one element, for example, fire, is more active, that is, more productive of motion than others.
Empedocles
certainly attained to the idea of an efficient cause, for he named as moving forces harmony and discord, love and hate.
Anacharos
Also used nous as a moving force. Formal causes had perhaps been recognized by the Pythagoreans, for numbers are forms. But they straightway degraded the formal cause to the level of a material cause by declaring that number is the stuff or matter of which things are made. Plato alone clearly saw the necessity for the formal cause, for formal causes are, as we have seen, the same as Plato's ideas. But Plato's philosophy contains only two of the four causes, namely the material and the formal, for Plato made all things out of matter and the ideas. Since the ideas have in them no principle of motion, Plato's system contains no efficient cause. As for final causes, Plato had indeed the vague idea that everything is for the sake of the good, but he makes no use of this conception and does not develop it. Final causes were introduced into philosophy by
Anacharos,
whose doctrine of the world forming mind was assumed to explain the design and purpose which the universal exhibits. But as his system developed, he forgot about this, and used the nous merely as a piece of mechanism to explain motion, thus letting it sink into nothing more than an efficient cause. In the result, Aristotle finds that all four causes have been recognized in greater or lesser degrees by his predecessors. and this, in his opinion, greatly reinforces his own doctrine. But whereas material and efficient causes have been clearly understood, his predecessors had only vaguely foreshadowed and dimly perceived the value of formal and final causes. The next step in Aristotle's metaphysics is to reduce these four principles to two, which he calls matter and form. This reduction takes place by showing that formal cause, efficient cause, and final cause
all melt into the single conception of form.
In the first place, the formal cause and the final cause are the same. For the formal cause is the essence, the concept, the idea of the thing. Now the final cause, or the end, is simply the realization of the idea of the thing in actuality. What the thing aims at is the definite expression of its form. It thus aims at its form. Its end, final cause, is thus the same as its formal cause. Secondly, the efficient cause is the same as the final cause, for the efficient cause is the cause of becoming. The final cause is the end of the becoming. It is what it becomes. And in Aristotle's opinion, what causes the becoming is just that it aims at the end. The striving of all things is towards the end, and exists because of the end. The end is thus itself the cause of becoming or motion. That is to say, the final cause is the real efficient cause. We may see this better by an example. The end or final cause of the acorn is the oak, and it is the oak which is the cause of the acorn's growth, which consists essentially in a movement by which the acorn is drawn towards its end, the oak. We may see this even more definitely in the case of human productions, because here the striving towards an end is conscious, whereas in nature it is unconscious or instinctive. The efficient cause of the statue is the sculptor. It is he that moves the brass. But what moves the sculptor and causes him to act upon the brass is the idea of the completed statue in his mind. The idea of the end, the final cause, is thus the real ultimate cause of the movement. Only in the case of human production, the idea of the end is actually present in the sculptor's mind as a motive. In nature there is no mind in which the end is conscious of itself. But nevertheless, nature moves towards the end, and the end is the cause of the movement. Thus the three causes named all melt into a single notion, which Aristotle calls the form of the thing, and this leaves only the material cause unreduced to any other. So we are left with a single antithesis of matter and form. End of section 31. Read by Rachel Costello.
Section 32 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Section 32. Now, as matter and form are the fundamental categories of Aristotle's philosophy, by means of which he seeks to explain the entire universe, it is essential that we should thoroughly understand their characteristics. First of all, matter and form are inseparable. We think of them as separate in order to understand them clearly. And this is quite right, because they are opposite principles, and therefore they are separate in thought. But they are never separable in fact. There is no such thing as form without matter or matter without form. Every existent thing, that is, every individual object, is a compound of matter and form. We may compare them in this respect to the material and the shape of a thing, though we must be careful not to think that form is merely shape. Geometry considers shapes as if they existed by themselves. But in fact, we know that there are no such things as squares, circles, and triangles. There are only square objects, circular objects, etc. And as there are no shapes without objects, so there are no objects without shapes. We talk of things being shapeless, but this only means that their shape is irregular or unusual. Some shape an object must have. Yet though shape and matter are inseparable, in fact, they are opposite principles and are separable in thought. Geometry is quite right to treat shapes as if they existed by themselves, but it is nevertheless dealing with mere abstractions. Just in the same way, matter and form are never apart, and to think of form by itself or matter by itself is a mere abstraction. No such thing exists. In fact, to imagine that forms can exist by themselves was just the mistake of which, as we have seen, Aristotle accuses Plato. For the form is the idea, and Plato imagined that ideas exist in a world of their own. From this, too, we can see that the form is the universal, the matter the particular. For the form is the idea, and the idea is the universal. To say that form and matter cannot exist apart is thus the same as saying that the universal only exists in the particular, which, as we have seen, is the fundamental note of Aristotle's philosophy. But if we thus identify matter with the particular element in things, we must be careful that we do not confuse the particular with the individual. We often use these two words as practically synonymous, and there is no harm in this, but here we must be careful to separate them. For every individual is, according to Aristotle, a compound of matter and form, of the particular and the universal. And when we say that matter is the particular, we mean not that it is such a compound, but that it is the absolutely particular which has no universal in it. But the absolutely particular and isolated does not exist. A piece of gold, for instance, only exists by virtue of its properties, yellowness, heaviness, etc., and these qualities are just what it has in common with other things, so that the particular, as such, has no existence. But this is only the same as saying what we have already said, that matter has no existence apart from form. A very natural mistake would be to suppose that by matter, Aristotle meant the same as we do, namely physical substance, such as wood or iron, and that by form he meant simply shape. Now, although there is a kinship in the ideas, these two pairs of ideas are far from identical. Let us begin with matter. Our ordinary idea of matter as physical substance is an absolute conception. That is to say, a thing which we call material is absolutely, once and for all, matter. It is not material from one point of view, and immaterial from another. In every possible relation, it is and remains matter, nor does it in process of time cease to be matter. Brass never becomes anything but matter. No doubt there are in nature changes of one sort of matter into another, for example, radium into helium. And for all we know, brass may become lead, but even so it does not cease to be matter. But Aristotle's conception of matter is a relative concept. Matter and form are fluid. They flow into one another. The same thing from one point of view is matter from another form. In all change, matter is that which becomes, that upon which the change is wrought. That is form towards which the change operates. What becomes is matter. What it becomes is form. Thus wood is matter if considered in relation to the bed, for it is what becomes the bed. But wood is form if considered in relation to the growing plant, for it is what the plant becomes. The oak is the form of the acorn, but it is the matter of the oak furniture. That matter and form are relative terms shows too that the form cannot be merely the shape, for what is form in one aspect is matter in another. But shape is never anything but shape. No doubt the shape is part of the form, for the form in fact includes all the qualities of the thing. but the shape is quite an unimportant part of the form. For form includes organization, the relation of part to part, and the subordination of all parts to the whole. The form is the sum of the internal and external relations, the ideal framework, so to speak, into which the thing is molded. Form also includes function, for it includes the final cause. Now the function of a thing is just what the thing is for, and what it is for is the same as its end, or final cause. Therefore, function is included in form. For example, the function of a hand, its power of gripping, is part of its form. And therefore, if it loses its function by being cut off from the arm, it likewise loses its form. Even the dead hand, of course, has some form, for every individual object is a compound of matter and form. But it has lost the highest part of its form, and relatively to the living hand, it is mere matter, although relatively to the flesh and bones of which it is composed, it is still form. Clearly, then, form is not merely shape, for the hand cut off does not lose its shape. The form includes all the qualities of the thing. The matter is what has the qualities, for the qualities are all universals. A piece of gold is yellow, and this means simply that it has this in common with other pieces of gold and other yellow objects. To say that anything has a quality is immediately to place it in a class, and what the class has in common is a universal. A thing without qualities cannot exist, nor qualities without a thing. And this is the same as saying that form and matter cannot exist separately. The matter, then, is the absolute formless. It is the substratum which underlies everything. It has, in itself, no character. It is absolutely featureless, indefinite, without any quality. Whatever gives a thing definiteness, character, quality, whatever makes it a this or that, is its form. Consequently, there are no differences within matter. One thing can only differ from another by having different qualities. And as matter has no qualities, it has no difference. And this in itself shows that the Aristotelian notion of matter is not the same as our notion of physical substance. For, according to our modern usage, one kind of matter differs from another, as brass from iron. But this is a difference of quality, and for Aristotle, all quality is part of the form. So in his view, the difference of brass from iron is not a difference of matter, but a difference of form. Consequently, matter may have become anything, according to the form impressed upon it. It is thus the possibility of everything, though it is actually nothing. It only becomes something by the acquisition of form, and this leads directly to a most important Aristotelian antithesis, that between potentiality and actuality. Potentiality is the same as matter, actuality as form. For matter is potentially everything. It may become everything. It is not actually anything. It is a merely potentiality, or capacity of becoming something. But whatever gives it definiteness as a this or that, whatever makes it an actual thing, is its form. Thus the actuality of a thing is simply its form. Aristotle claims, by means of the antithesis of potentiality and actuality, to have solved the ancient problem of becoming, a riddle propounded by the Eleatics, which had never ceased to trouble Greek thinkers. How is becoming possible? For being to pass into being is not becoming, for it involves no change, and for not being to pass into being is impossible, since something cannot come out of nothing. For Aristotle, the sharp line drawn between not being and being does not exist. For these absolute terms, he substitutes the relative terms of potentiality and actuality, which shade off into each other. Potentiality, in his philosophy, takes the place of not being in previous systems. It solves the riddle because it is not an absolute non-being. It is not being inasmuch as it is actually nothing, but it is being because it is potential being. Becoming, therefore, does not involve the impossible leap from nothing to something. It involves the transition from potential to actual being. All change, all motion, is thus the passage of potentiality into actuality, of matter into form. Since matter is in itself nothing, a bare unrealized capacity, while form is actuality, the completed and perfected being, it follows that form is something higher than matter. But matter is what becomes form. In order of time, therefore, matter is earlier, form later. But in order of thought and in reality, it is otherwise. For when we say that matter is the potentiality of what it is to become, this implies that what it is to become is already present in it ideally and potentially, though not actually. The end, therefore, is already present in the beginning. The oak is in the acorn, ideally, otherwise the oak could never come out of it. And since all becoming is towards the end, it would not take place but for the end. The end is the operative principle and true cause of becoming. Motion is produced not by a mechanical propulsive force, pushing from behind, so to speak, but an ideal attractive force drawing the thing towards its end, as a piece of iron is drawn to the magnet. It is the end itself which exerts this force, and therefore the end must be present at the beginning, for if it were not present, it could exert no force. Nay, more. It is not only present in the beginning, it is anterior to it, for the end is the cause of the motion, and the cause is logically prior to its consequence. The end, or the principle of form, is thus the absolute first in thought and reality, although it may be the last in time. If, then, we ask what, for Aristotle, is that ultimate reality, that first principle from which the entire universe flows, the answer is the end, the principle of form. And as form is the universal, the idea, we see that his fundamental thesis is the same as Plato's. It is the one thesis of all idealism, namely that thought, the universe, reason is the absolute being, the foundation of the world. Where he differs from Plato is in denying that form has any existence apart from the matter in which it exhibits itself. Now all this may strike the unsophisticated as very strange, that the absolute being, whence the universe flows, should be described as that which lies at the end of the development of the universe, and that philosophy should proceed to justify this by asserting that the end is really prior to the beginning. This is so far removed from the common man's mode of thought that it may appear a mere paradox. It is, however, neither strange nor paradoxal. It is essentially sound and true, and it seems strange to the ordinary man only because it penetrates so much deeper into things than he can. This thought is, in fact, essential to a developed idealism. Until it is grasped, no advance can be made in philosophy. Whether it is understood is indeed a good test of whether a man has any talent for philosophy or not. The fact is that all philosophies of this sort regard time as unreal, as an appearance. This being so, the relation of the absolute being, or God, to the world cannot be a relation of time at all. The common man's idea is that if there is a first principle or God at all, he must have existed before the world began. And then somehow, perhaps billions of years ago, something happened as a result of which the world came into being. The absolute is thus conceived as the cause, the world is the effect, and the cause always precedes its effect in time. Or if, on the other hand, we think that the world never had a beginning, the ordinary man's thought would lead him to believe that, in that case, it is no longer necessary to assume a first principle at all. But if time is a mere appearance, This whole way of looking at things must be wrong. God is not related to the world as cause to effect. It is not a relation of time at all. It is a logical relation. God is rather the logical premise of which the world is the conclusion, so that God granted the world follows necessarily, just as the premises granted, the conclusion follows. This is the reason why, in discussing Plato, we said that it must be possible to deduce the world from his first principle. If the absolute were merely the cause of the world in time, it would not explain the world, for, as I have so often pointed out, causes explain nothing. But if the world be deducible from the absolute, the world is explained, a reason, not a cause, is given for it, just as the premises constitute the reason for the conclusion. Now the conclusion of a syllogism follows from the premises, that is, the premises come first, the conclusion second. But the premise only comes first in thought, not in time. It is a logical succession, not a time succession. Just in the same way, the absolute, or in Aristotle's language, the form, is logically first, but is not first in order of time. And though it is the end, it is, in thought, the absolute beginning, and is thus the foundation of the world, the first principle from which the world flows. The objection may be taken that if the relation of the absolute to the world is not a time relation, then it can no more be the end than the beginning. This objection is, as we shall see, a misunderstanding of Aristotle's philosophy. Although things in time strive towards the end, yet the absolute end is not in time at all, or in other words, the end is never reached. Its relation to the world as end is just as much a logical and not a time relation as its relation to the world as beginning or absolute prius. As far as time is concerned, the universe is without beginning or end. As the world process is a continual elevation of matter into higher and higher forms, there results the conception that the universe exhibits a continuous scale of being. That is, in the scale in which form predominates, that lower in which matter outweighs form. At the bottom of this scale will be absolutely formless matter. At the top, absolutely matterless form. Both these extremes, however, are abstractions. Neither of them exist, because matter and form cannot be separated. Whatever exists comes somewhere between the two, and the universe thus exhibits a process of continuous gradations. Motion and change are produced by the effort to pass from the lower to the higher under the attractive force of the end. That which comes at the top of the scale, absolute form, is called by Aristotle God, and the definition of God's character follow from this as a matter of course. First, since form is actuality, God alone is absolutely actual. He alone is real. All existent things are more or less unreal. The higher in the scale are the more real, as possessing more form. The scale of being is thus also a scale of reality, shading off through infinite gradations, from the absolutely real, God, to the absolutely unreal, formless matter. Secondly, since the principle of form contains the formal, the final, and the efficient causes, God is all these. As formal cause, He is the idea. He is essentially thought, reason. As final cause, He is the absolute end. It is that to which all beings strive. Each being has no doubt its own end in itself. But as absolute end, God includes all lower ends. And as the end of each thing is the completed perfection of the thing, so as absolute end, God is absolute perfection. Lastly, as efficient cause, God is the ultimate cause of all motion and becoming. He is the first mover. As such, He is Himself unmoved. That the first mover should be itself unmoved is a necessary consequence of Aristotle's conception of it as end and form. For motion is the transition of a thing towards its end. The absolute end can have no end beyond it, and therefore cannot be moved. Likewise, motion is the passage of matter into form. Absolute form cannot pass into any higher form, and is therefore unmoved. But the argument which Aristotle himself more frequently uses to establish the immovability of the first mover is that, unless we so conceive it, no cause of motion appears. The moving object is moved perhaps by another moving object. The motion of the latter demands a further cause. If this further cause is itself moving, we must ask again for the cause of its motion. If this process goes on forever, then motion is unexplained, and no real cause of it has been shown. The real and ultimate cause must therefore be unmoved. This last argument sounds as if Aristotle is now thinking in terms of mechanism. It sounds as if he meant that the first mover is something at the beginning of time which, so to speak, gave things a push to start them off. That is not what Aristotle means, for the true efficient cause is the final cause, and God is the first mover only in his character as absolute end. As far as time is concerned, neither the universe nor the motion in it ever had any beginning. Every mechanical cause has its cause in turn, and so ad infinitum. God is not a first cause in our sense, that is, a first mechanical cause which existed before the world and created it. He is a teleological cause working from the end. But as such, he is logically prior to all beginning, and so is the first mover. And just as the universe has no beginning in time, so it has no end in time. It will go on forever. Its end is absolute form, but this can never be reached, because if it were, this would mean that absolute form would exist, whereas we have seen that form cannot exist apart from matter. God is thought, but the thought of what? As absolute form, he is not the form of matter, but the form of form. His matter, so to speak, is form. Form as the universal is thought, and this gives us Aristotle's famous definition of God as the thought of thought. He thinks only his own self. He is at once the subject and the object of his thought. As mortal men think material things, as I now think the paper on which I write, so God thinks thought. In more modern terms, he is self-conscious, the absolute subject-object. That God should think anything other than thought is inconceivable, because the end of all other thought is outside the thought itself. If I think this paper, the end of my thought, the paper, is outside me, but the thought of God, as the absolute end, cannot have any end outside itself. Were God to think anything else than thought, he would be determined by that which is not himself. By way of further expression of the same idea, Aristotle passes into figurative language. God, he says, lives in eternal blessedness, and his blessedness consists in the everlasting contemplation of his own perfection. A modern will naturally ask whether Aristotle's God is personal. It does not do to be very dogmatic upon the point. Aristotle, like Plato, never discusses the question. No Greek ever did. It is a modern question. What we have to do, then, is to take the evidence on both sides. The case for personality is that the language Aristotle uses implies it. The very word God, used instead of the absolute, or form, conveys the idea of personality. And when he goes on to speak of God living in eternal blessedness, these words, if taken literally, can mean nothing except that God is a conscious person. If we say that this language is merely figurative, it may be replied that Aristotle, on principle, objects to figurative language, that he frequently censures Plato for using it. that what he demands and sets out to supply is exact, literal, scientific terminology, and that he is not likely to have broken his own canons of philosophic expression by using merely poetical phrases. To see the other side of the case, we must first ask what personality means. Now, without entering into an intricate discussion of this most elusive idea, we may answer that personality at any rate implies an individual and existent consciousness. But in the first place, God is absolute form, and form is the universal. What is universal, with no particular in it, cannot be an individual. God, therefore, cannot be individual. Secondly, form without matter cannot exist, and as God is form without matter, he cannot be called existent, though he is absolutely real. God, therefore, is neither existent nor individual, and this means that he is not a person. To degrade the real to the level of the existent, to convert the universal into the individual, is exactly the fault for which Aristotle blames Plato. It is exactly the fault which it was the whole object of his philosophy to remedy. If he thought that God is a person, he committed the same fault himself in an aggravated form. We have then two hypotheses, both of which involve that Aristotle was guilty of some inconsistency. If God is not a person, then Aristotle's language is figurative, and his use of such language is inconsistent with his rooted objection to its use. This, however, is after all merely an inconsistency of language, and not of thought. It does not mean that Aristotle really contradicted himself. It merely means that, though he set himself to express his philosophy in technical scientific terms and to exclude figurative language, yet he found himself compelled, in a few passages, to make use of it. There are some metaphysical ideas so abstract, so abstruse, that it is almost impossible to express them at all without the use of figures of speech. Language was made by common men for common purposes, and this fact often forces the philosopher to use terms which he knows only figure forth his meaning without accurately expressing it. Perhaps every philosophy in the world finds itself sometimes under this necessity, and if Aristotle did so, and was therefore technically inconsistent with himself, it is no wonder, and involves no serious blame upon him. But the other hypothesis, that God is a person, means that Aristotle committed a contradiction, not merely in words, but in thought, and not merely as regards some unimportant detail, but as regards the central thesis of his system. It means that he stultified himself by making his conception of God absolutely contradict the essentials of his system. For what is the whole of Aristotle's philosophy, put in a nutshell? It is that the absolute is the universal, but that the universal does not exist apart from the particular. Plato supplied the thought of the first clause of the sentence. Aristotle added the last clause, and it is the essential of his philosophy. To assert that God, the absolute form, exists as an individual is flatly to contradict this. It is not likely that Aristotle should have contradicted himself in so vital a manner, and in a manner which simply means that his system falls to the ground like a house of cards. My conclusion, then, is that it was not Aristotle's intention that what he calls God should be regarded as a person. God is thought, but not subjective thought. He is not thought existent in a mind, but objective thought, real on its own account, apart from any mind which thinks it, like Plato's ideas. But Plato's mistake was to suppose that because thought is real and objective, it must exist. Aristotle avoids this error. The absolute thought is the absolutely real, but it does not exist. With the concept of God, the Metaphysics of Aristotle closes. End of section 32. Read by Rachel Costello.
Section 33. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matthew Huberto. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 13, Aristotle, Part 4, Physics or the Philosophy of Nature, Part 1. The existent universe is a scale of being lying between the two extremes of formless matter and matterless form. But this must not be merely asserted, as it is general principle. It must be carried out in detail. The passage of matter into form must be shown in its various stages in the world of nature. To do this is an object of Aristotle's physics, or philosophy of nature. If nature is to be understood, we must keep in mind certain general points of view. In the first place, since form includes end, the entire world process, as passage of matter into form, is essentially movement towards ends. Everything in nature has its end and function. Nothing is purposeless. Nature seeks everywhere to attain the best possible. Everywhere we find evidence of design and of rational plan. Aristotle's philosophy of nature is essentially teleological. This does not, however, exclude the principle of mechanism, and to investigate mechanical cause is part of the duty of science. But mechanical causes turn out in the end to be teleological, because the true efficient cause is the final cause. But if nothing in nature is aimless or useless, this is not to be interpreted in a narrow anthropocentric spirit. It does not mean that everything exists for the use of man, that the sun was created to give him light by day, the moon by night, and that plants and animals exist only for his food. It is true that, in a certain sense, everything else sublunary is for man. For man is the highest in the scale of beings in this terrestrial sphere, and therefore, as the higher end, he includes all the lower ends. But this does not exclude the fact that lower beings have each its own end. They exist for themselves and not for us. Another mistake we must avoid is to suppose that the design of nature means that nature is conscious of her designs, or, on the other hand, that there are any existent consciousness outside of the world which governs and controls it. The latter supposition is excluded by the fact that God is not an existent conscious person, the former by its own inherent absurdity. The only being upon this earth who is conscious of his ends is man. Such animals as bees and ants appear to work rationally, and their activities are clearly governed by design, but it is not to be supposed that they are reasoning beings. They attain their ends instinctively. And when we come to inorganic matter, we find that even here its movements are purposive. But no one could suppose them deliberate and conscious. These manifold activities of lower nature are indeed the work of reason, but not of existent or self-conscious reason. And this means that instinct and even mechanical forces, such as gravitation, are, in their essence, reason. It is not that they are created by reason, but that they are reason, exhibiting itself in lower forms. In commenting upon Plato's dualism of sense and reason, I remarked that any true philosophy, though recognizing the distinction between sense and reason, must yet find room for their identity, and must show that sense is but a lower form of reason. This ideal Aristotle thoroughly understood and sought to show not merely that sense is not reason, but even that the activities of inorganic matter, such as gravitation, are so, and the result, nature, though working through reason, is not conscious of the fact, does so blindly and instinctively, and is compared to a creative artist, who forms beautiful objects by instinct, or, as we should say, by inspiration, without setting before his mind the end to be attained, or the rules to be observed in order to attain it. In the process of nature, it is always form which impels, matter which retards and obstructs. The entire world movement is the effort of form to mold matter, but, Just because matter has in itself a power of resistance, this effort does not always succeed. This is the reason why form cannot exist without matter, because it cannot never wholly overcome the clogging activity of matter, and therefore matter can never be wholly molded into form. And this explains too the occasional occurrence in nature of freaks, monstrosities, abortions, and unnatural births. In these, the form has failed to mold the matter. Nature has failed to attain her ends. Science, therefore, should study the normal and natural rather than the abnormal and the monstrous. For it is in the normal that the ends of nature are to be seen, and through them alone nature can be understood. Aristotle is fond of using the words natural and unnatural, but he uses them always with this special meaning. That is, natural which attains its end, that in which the form successfully masters the matter. No doctrine of physics can ignore the fundamental notions of motion, space, and time. Aristotle, therefore, finds it necessary to consider these. Motion is the passage of matter into form, and it is of four kinds. The first is motion, which affects the substance of a thing, origination, and decease. Secondly, change of quality. Thirdly, change of quantity, increase and decrease. Fourthly, locomotive, change of place. Of these, the last is the most fundamental and important. Aristotle rejects the definition of space as the void. Empty space is an impossibility. Hence, too, he disagrees with the views of Plato and Pythagoras that the elements are composed of geometrical figures. And connected with this is his repudiation of the mechanical hypothesis that all quality is founded upon quantity, or upon composition and decomposition. Quality has a real existence of its own. He rejects also the view that space is a physical thing. If this were true, there would be two bodies occupying the same place at the same time, namely the object and the space it fills. Hence, there is nothing for it but to conceive space as limited. Space is, therefore, defined as the limit of the surrounding body towards what is surrounded. As we shall see later in another connection, Aristotle did not regard space as infinite. Time is defined as the measure of motion in regard to what is earlier and later. It thus depends for its existence upon motion. If there were no change in the universe, there would be no time. And since it is the measuring or counting of motion, it also depends for the existence upon a counting mind. If there were no mind to count, there could be no time. This presents difficulties to us if we conceive that there was a time when conscious beings did not exist. But this difficulty is non-existent for Aristotle, who believed that man and animal have existed for all eternity. The essentials of time, therefore, are two: change and consciousness. This is the succession of thoughts. If we object that the definition is bad because succession already involves time, there is doubtless no answer possible. As to the infinite divisibility of space and time, and the riddles proposed thereupon by Zeno, Aristotle is of the opinion that space and time are potentially divisible ad infinitum, but are not actually so divided. There is nothing to prevent us from going on forever with the process of division, but space and time are not given in experience as infinitely divided. After these preliminaries, we can pass on to consider the main subject of physics, the scale of being. We should notice, in the first place, that it is also a scale of values. What is higher in the scale of being is of more worth, because the principle of form is more advanced in it. It constitutes also a theory of development, a philosophy of evolution. The lower develops into the higher. It does not, however, so develop in time, that the lower passes in due time into a higher from its discovery of modern times. Such a conception was impossible for Aristotle. For him, genus and species are eternal. They have neither beginning nor end. Individual men are born and die, but the species man never dies, and has always existed upon the earth. The same is true for plants and animals, and since man has always existed, he cannot have evolved in time from a lower being. There is no room here for Darwinism. In what sense, then, is this a theory of development or evolution? The process evolved is not a time process, it is a logical process, and the development is a logical development. The lower always contains the higher potentially. The man is in the ape ideally. The higher, again, contains the lower actually. The man is all the ape is, and more also. What is merely implicit in the lower form is explicit in the higher. The form, which is dimly seen struggling to light in the lower, has realized itself in the higher. The higher is the same thing as the lower, but it is the same thing in the more evolved state. The higher presupposes the lower and rests upon it as a foundation. The higher is the form of which the lower is the matter. It actually is what the lower is struggling to become. Hence, the entire universe is one continuous chain. It is a process, not a time process, but an eternal process. The one ultimate reality, God, reason, absolute form, externally exhibits itself in every stage of development. All the stages, therefore, must exist forever side by side. Now, the form of a thing is its organization. Hence, to be higher in the scale means to be more organized. The first distinction, therefore, with which nature presents us is between the organic and the inorganic. Aristotle was the discoverer of the ideal of organism, and he was also the inventor of the word. At the bottom of the scale of being, therefore, is inorganic matter. Inorganic matter is the nearest existent thing to absolute formless matter, which, of course, does not exist. In the inorganic world, matter preponderates to such an extent as to almost overwhelm form, and we can only expect to see universal exhibiting itself in a vague and dim way. What then is its form? And this is the same as asking what its function, end, or essential activity is. The end of inorganic matter is merely external to it. Form has not truly entered into it at all, and remains outside it. Hence, the activity of inorganic matter can only be to move in space towards its external end. This is the explanation of what we, in modern times, call gravitation. But, according to Aristotle, every element has its peculiar and natural motion. Its end is conceived merely spatially, and its activity is to move towards its proper place, and having thus reached its end, it rests. The natural movement of fire is up. We may call this a principle of levitation, as opposed to gravitation. Aristotle has been the subject of cheap criticism on account of his frequent use of the words natural and unnatural. It is said that he was satisfied to explain the operations of nature by simply labeling them natural. If you ask a quite uneducated person why heavy bodies fall, he may quite possibly reply, "Oh, naturally they fall." This simply means that the man has never thought about the matter at all, and thinks whatever is absolutely familiar to him is natural, and needs no explanation. It is like the feminine argument that a thing is so because it is. It is assumed that Aristotle was guilty of a like futility. This is not the case. His use of the word natural does not indicate a lack of thought. There is a thought, an ideal here. No doubt he was quite wrong in many of his facts. Thus, there is no such principle as levitation in the universe. But there is a principle of gravitation, and when he explains this by saying it is natural for Earth to move downwards, he means not that the fact is familiar, but that the principle of form, or world reason, can only exhibit itself so dimly as to give rise to comparatively aimless and purposeless movement in a straight line. Not absolutely purposeless, however, because nothing in the world is such, and the purpose here is simply the movement of matter towards its end. This may or may not be a true explanation of gravity, but has anybody since ever explained it better? This gives us, too, the clue to the distinction between inorganic and the organic. If inorganic matter is what has its end outside itself, Organic matter will be what has its end within itself. This is the essential character of an organism, that its end is internal to it. It is an inward self-developing principle. Its function, therefore, can only be the actualization, the self-realization of this inward end, whereas, therefore, inorganic matter has no activity except spatial movement. Organic matter has for its activity growth, and this growth is not the mere mechanical addition of extraneous matter, as we add a pound of tea to a pound of tea. It is true growth from within. It is the making outward of what is inward. It is the making explicit of what is implicit. It is the making actual of what is potential in the embryo organism. The lowest in the scale of being is thus inorganic matter, and above it comes organic matter, in which the principle of form becomes real and definite as the inward organization of the thing. This inward organization is the life, or what we call the soul, of the organism. Even the human soul is nothing but the organization of the body. It stands to the body in the relation of form to matter. With organism, then, we reach the ideal of living soul. But this living soul will itself have lower and higher grades of being. The higher being, a higher realization of principle of form. As the essential of organism is self-realization, this will express itself first as self-preservation. Self-preservation means first the preservation of the individual, and this gives the function of nutrition. Secondly, it is preservation of the species, and this gives the function of propagation. The lowest grade in the organic kingdom will therefore be those organisms whose sole function are to nourish themselves, grow, and propagate their kind. These are plants. And we may sum this up by saying plants possess the nutritive soul. Aristotle intended to write a treatise upon plants, with intention, however, he never carried out. All that we have from him on plants is scattered references in his other books. Had the promised treatise been forthcoming, we cannot doubt what its plans would have been. Aristotle would have shown, as he did in the case of animals, that there are higher and lower grades of organisms within the plant kingdom, and he would have attempted to trace the development in detail through all the then known species of plants. Next above plants in the scale of being come animals. Since the higher always contains the lower, but exhibits a further realization of form peculiar to itself, animals share with plants the functions of nutrition and propagation. What is peculiar to them, the point in which they rise above plants, is the possession of sensation. Sense perception is therefore the special function of animals, and they possess, therefore, the nutritive and sensitive souls. With sensation come pleasure and pain, for pleasure is a pleasant sensation, and pain is the opposite. With sensation come pleasure and pain, for pleasure is a pleasant sensation, and pain the opposite. Hence arise the impulse to seek the pleasure and avoid the painful. This can only be achieved by the power of movement. Most animals, accordingly, have the power of locomotion, which is not possessed by plants because they do not require it, since they are not sensitive to pleasure and pain. In his books upon animals, Aristotle attempts to carry out the principle of development in detail, showing what are the higher and what are the lower animal organisms. This he connects with the method of propagation employed by different animals. Sex generation is a mark of a higher organism than parthenogenesis. The scale of being proceeds from animals to man. The human organism, of course, contains the principles of all lower organisms. Man nourishes himself, grows, propagates his kind, moves about, and is endowed with sense perception. But he must have in addition his own special function, which constitutes his advance beyond the animals. This is reason. Reason is the essential, the proper end and activity of man. His soul is nutritive, sensitive, and rational. In man, therefore, the world reason, which could only appear in inorganic matter as gravitation and levitation, in plants as nutrition, in animals as sensation, appears at last in its own proper form, as what it essentially is, reason. The world reason, so long struggling towards the light, has reached it, and has become actual, has become existent in man. The world process has attained its proximate end. Within human consciousness, there are lower and higher grades, and Aristotle has taken great pains to trace these from the bottom to the top. These stages of consciousness are what are ordinarily called faculties, but Aristotle notes that it is nonsense to talk, as Plato did, of the parts of the soul. The soul, being a single indivisible being, has no parts. There are different aspects of the activity of one and the same being, different stages of its development. They can no more be separated than the convex and concave aspects of a curve. The lowest faculty, if we must use that word, is sense perception. Now, what we perceive in a thing is its qualities. Perception tells us that a piece of gold is heavy, yellow, etc. The underlying substratum, which supports the qualities, cannot be perceived. This means that the matter is unknowable, the form knowable, for the qualities are part of the form. Sense perception, therefore, takes place when the object stamps its form upon the soul. This is important for what it implies rather than what it states. It shows the thoroughly idealistic trend of Aristotle's thought. For if the form is what is knowable in a thing, the more form there is, the more knowable it will be. Absolute form, God, will be the absolutely knowable. That the absolute is what alone is completely knowable, intelligible, and comprehensible, and the finite and material comparatively unknowable. It is a point of view essential to idealism and stands in marked contrast to the popular ideal of rationalism that the absolute is unknowable and that the matter knowable. For idealism, the absolute is reason, thought. What can be more thoroughly intelligible than reason? What can thought understand, if not thought? This, of course, is not stated by Aristotle, but it is implied in his theory of sense perception. End of section 33.
Section 34 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 13. Aristotle. Part 4. Physics or the Philosophy of Nature. Part 2. Next in the scale above the senses comes the common sense. This has nothing to do with what we understand by that phrase in everyday language. It means the central sensation ganglion in which isolated sensations meet, are combined, and form a unity of experience. We saw, in considering Plato, that the simplest kind of knowledge, such as "this paper is white," involves not only isolated sensations, but their comparison and contrast. Bare sensations would not even make objects. For every object is a combined bundle of sensations. What thus combines the various sensations, and in particular those received from different sense organs, what compares and contrasts them, and turns them from a blind medley of phantasms into a definite experience, a single cosmos, is the common sense. Its organ is the heart. Above the common sense is the faculty of imagination. By this Aristotle means not the creative imagination of the artist, but the power which everyone possesses of forming mental images and pictures. This is due to the excitation in the sense organ continuing after the object has ceased to affect it. The next faculty is memory. This is the same as imagination, except that there is combined with the image a recognition of it as a copy of a past sense impression. Recollection, again, is higher than memory. Memory images drift purposelessly through the mind. Recollection is the deliberate evoking of memory images. From recollection we pass to the specifically human faculty of reason. But reason itself has two grades. The lower is called passive reason, the higher active reason. The mind has the power of thought before it actually thinks. This latent capacity is passive reason. The mind is here like a smooth piece of wax which has the power to receive writing, but has not received it. The positive activity of thought itself is active reason. The comparison with wax must not mislead us into supposing that the soul only receives its impressions from sensation. It is pure thought which writes upon the wax. Now the sum of the faculties in general we call the soul, and the soul, we saw, is simply the organization or form of the body. As form is inseparable from matter, the soul cannot exist without the body. It is the function of the body. It is to the body what sight is to the eye. And in the same sense, Aristotle denies the doctrine of Pythagoras and Plato that the soul reincarnates itself in new bodies, particularly in the bodies of animals. What is the function of one thing cannot become the function of another. Exactly what the soul is to the body, the music of the flute is to the flute itself. It is the form of which the flute is the matter. It is, to speak metaphorically, the soul of the flute. And you might as well talk, says Aristotle, of the art of flute playing becoming reincarnate in the blacksmith's anvil, as of the soul passing into another body. This would seem also to preclude any doctrine of immortality, for the function perishes with the thing. We shall return to that point in a moment. But we may note, meanwhile, that Aristotle's theory of the soul is not only a great advance upon Plato's, but is a great advance upon popular thinking of the present day. The ordinary view of the soul, which was Plato's view, is that the soul is a sort of thing. No doubt it is non-material and supersensuous, but still it is a thing. It can be put into a body and taken out of it, as wine can be put into or taken out of a bottle. The connection between body and soul is thus purely mechanical. They are attached to each other by no necessary bond, but rather by force. They have, in their own natures, no connection with each other, and it is difficult to see why the soul ever entered a body, if it is in its nature something quite separate. But Aristotle's view is that the soul, as form of the body, is not separable from it. You cannot have a soul without a body. The connection between them is not mechanical, but organic. The soul is not a thing which comes into the body and goes out of it. It is not a thing at all. It is a function. But to this doctrine Aristotle makes an exception in favor of the active reason. All the lower faculties perish with the body, including the passive reason. Active reason is imperishable and eternal. It has neither beginning nor end. It comes into the body from without and departs from it at death. God being absolute reason, man's reason comes from God, and returns to him after the body ceases to function. But before we hail this as a doctrine of personal immortality, we had best reflect. All the lower faculties perish at death, and this includes memory. Now memory is an essential of personality. Without memory, our experiences would be a succession of isolated sensations with no connecting link. What connects my last with my present experience is that my last experience was mine. To be mine, it must be remembered. Memory is the string upon which isolated experiences are strung together, and which makes them into that unity I call myself, my personality. If memory perishes, there can be no personal life. And it must be remembered that Aristotle does not mean merely that, in that future life, if we persist in calling it such, the memory of this life is obliterated. He means that in the future life itself, reason has no memory of itself from moment to moment. We cannot be dogmatic about what Aristotle himself thought. He seems to avoid the question. He probably shrank from disturbing popular beliefs on the subject. We have, at any rate, no definite pronouncement from him. All we can say is that his doctrine does not provide the material for belief in personal immortality. It expressly removes the material in that it denies the persistence of memory. Moreover, if Aristotle really thought that reason is a thing which goes in and out of the body, an exception, in the literal sense, to his general doctrine of soul, all we can say is that he undergoes a sudden drop in the philosophic scale. Having propounded so advanced a theory, he sinks back to the crude view of Plato. And as this is not likely, the most probable explanation is that he is here speaking figuratively, perhaps with the intention of propitiating the religious and avoiding any rude disturbance of popular belief. If so, the statements that active reason is immortal, comes from God, and returns to God mean simply that the world reason is eternal, and that man's reason is the actualization of this eternal reason, and in that sense comes from God and returns to him. We may add, too, that since God, though real, is not to be regarded as an existent individual, our return to him cannot be thought as a continuation of individual existence. Personal immortality is inconsistent with the fundamentals of Aristotle's system. We ought not to suppose that he contradicted himself in this way. Yet if Aristotle used language which seems to imply personal immortality, this is neither meaningless nor dishonest. It is as true for him as for others that the soul is eternal. But eternal does not mean everlasting in time. It means timeless. And reason, even our reason, is timeless. The soul has eternity in it. It is eternity in an hour. And it is this which puts the difference between man and the brutes. We have traced the scale of being from inorganic matter through plants and animals to man. What then? What is the next step? Or does the scale stop there? Now there is a sort of break in Aristotle's system at this point, which has led many to say that man is the top of the scale. The rest of Aristotle's physics deal with what is outside our earth, such as the stars and planets, and they deal with them quite as if they were a different subject, having little or nothing to do with the terrestrial scale of being which we have been considering. But here we must not forget two facts. The first is that Aristotle's writings have come down to us mutilated, and in many cases unfinished. The second is that Aristotle had a curious habit of writing separate monographs on different parts of his system and omitting to point out any connection between them, although such a connection undoubtedly exists. Now, although Aristotle himself does not say it, there are several good reasons for thinking that the true interpretation of his meaning is that the scale of being does not stop at man, that there is no gap in the chain here, but that it proceeds from man through planets and stars, which Aristotle, like Plato, regarded as divine beings, right up to God himself. In the first place, this is required by the logic of his system. The scale has formless matter at the bottom and matterless form at the top. It should proceed direct from one to the other. It is essential to his philosophy that the universe is a single continuous chain. There is no place for such a hiatus between man and the higher beings. Secondly, it is not as if terrestrial life formed a scale, and celestial beings were all on a par, having among themselves no scale of higher and lower. This is not the case. The heavenly bodies have grades among themselves. The higher are related to the lower, as form to matter. Thus, stars are higher than planets, so that if we suppose that evolution stops at man, what we have is a gap in the middle, a scale below it and a scale above it. It is like a bridge over a sheet of water, the two ends of which are intact, but which is broken down in the middle. The natural completion of this scheme involves the filling up of the gap. Thirdly, we have another very important piece of evidence. With his valuable idea of evolution, Aristotle combined another very curious and no doubt absurd theory. This was that in the scale of the universe, the lowest existence is to be found in the middle, the highest at the periphery, and that in general the higher is always outside the lower, so that the spatial universe is a system of concentric spheres, the outer sphere being related to the inner sphere as higher to lower, as form to matter. At the center of the spherical universe is our earth. Earth, as the lowest element, is in the middle. Then comes a layer of water, then of air, then of fire. Among the heavenly bodies there are 56 spheres. The stars are outside the planets and are therefore higher beings. And in conformity with this scheme, the Supreme Being, God, is outside the outermost sphere. Now it is obvious that, in this scheme, the passage from the center of the earth to the stars forms a spatial continuity, and it is impossible to resist the conclusion that it also forms a logical continuity. That is, that there is no break in the chain of evolution. Noting that this is not what Aristotle in so many words says, but that it is our interpretation of his intention, which is almost certainly correct, we conclude that man is not the top of the scale. Next to him come the heavenly bodies. The planets include the sun and the moon, which revolve round the earth in a direction opposite to that of the stars. Next in the scale come the stars. We need not go into details of the 56 spheres. The stars and planets are divine beings, but this is only a comparative term. Man, as the possessor of reason, is also divine, but the heavenly bodies infinitely more so. and this means that they are more rational than man, and so higher in the scale. They live an absolutely blessed and perfect life. They are immortal and eternal, because they are the supreme self-realization of the eternal reason. It is only upon this earth that death and corruption occur, a circumstance which has no doubt emphasized that view of Aristotle's philosophy which holds the gap between man and the stars to be a real one. The heavenly bodies are not composed of the four elements, but of a fifth, a quintessence, which is called ether. Like all elements, it must have its natural motion, and as it is the finest and most perfect, its motion must be perfect, and it must be an eternal motion, because the stars are eternal beings. It cannot be motion in a straight line, because that never comes to an end, and so is never perfect. Circular motion alone is perfect, and it is eternal because its end and its beginning are one. Hence the natural motion of ether is circular, and the stars move in perfect circles. Leaving the stars behind, we reach the summit of the long ladder from matter to form. This is the absolute form, God. As formless matter is not an existent thing, nor is matterless form. God, therefore, is not in the world of space and time at all, but it is one of the curiosities of thought that Aristotle nevertheless gives him a place outside the outermost sphere. What is outside the sphere is, therefore, not space. All space and time are inside this globular universe. Space is therefore finite, and God must be outside the outermost sphere, because he is the highest being, and the higher always comes outside the lower. We have now described the entire scale of evolution. Looking back upon it, we can see its inner significance. The absolute is reason, matterless form. Everything in the world, therefore, is, in its essence, reason. If we wish to know the essential nature even of this clod of earth, the answer is that it is reason, although this view is not consistently developed by Aristotle, since he allows that matter is a separate principle which cannot be reduced to form. The whole universal process of things is nothing but the struggle of reason to express itself, to actualize itself, to become existent in the world. This it definitely does, for the first time proximately in man, and completely in the stars. It can only express itself in lower beings as sensation, animals, as nutrition, plants, or as gravitation and its opposite, inorganic matter. The value of Aristotle's theory of evolution is immense. It is not the details that signify. The application of the principle in the world of matter and life could not be carried out satisfactorily in the then state of physical science. It could not be carried out with perfection even now. Omniscience alone could give finality to such a scheme, but it is the principle itself which matters, and that it is one of the most valuable conceptions in philosophy will perhaps be more evident if we compare it, firstly, with modern scientific theories of evolution, and secondly, with certain aspects of Hindu pantheism. What has Aristotle in common with such a writer as Herbert Spencer? According to Spencer, Evolution is a movement from the indefinite, incoherent, and homogeneous to the definite, coherent, and heterogeneous. Aristotle has all this, though his words are different. He calls it a movement from matter to form. Form he describes as whatever gives definiteness to a thing. Matter is the indefinite substrate. Form gives it definiteness. Hence, for him too, the higher being is more definite because it has more form. That matter is the homogeneous, form the heterogeneous, follows from this. We saw that there are in matter itself no differences, because there are no qualities, and this is the same as saying it is homogeneous. Heterogeneity, that is, differentiation, is introduced by form. Coherence is the same thing as organization. Aristotle has himself defined the form of a thing as its organization. For him, as for Spencer, the higher being is simply that which is more organized. Every theory of evolution depends fundamentally upon the idea of organism. Aristotle invented the idea and the word. Spencer carried it no further, though the more advanced physical knowledge of his day enabled him to illustrate it more copiously. But of course, the great difference between Aristotle and the moderns is that the former did not guess what the latter have discovered, namely that evolution is not only a logical development, but is a fact in time. Aristotle knew what was meant by the higher and lower organism, as well as Darwin, but he did not know that the latter actually turns into the former in the course of years. But this, though the most obvious, is not really the most important difference between Spencer and Aristotle. The real difference is that Aristotle penetrated far more deeply into the philosophy of evolution than modern science does. That, in fact, modern science has no philosophy of evolution at all. For the fundamental problem here is, if we speak of higher and lower beings, what rational ground have we for calling them higher and lower? That the lower passes in time into the higher is no doubt a very interesting fact to discover, but it dwindles into insignificance beside the problem just indicated, because on the solution of that problem it depends whether the universe is to be regarded as futile, meaningless, and irrational, or whether we are to see in it order, plan, and purpose. Is Spencer's doctrine a theory of development at all? Or is it not rather simply a theory of change? Something resembling an ape becomes a man. Is there development here? That is it a movement from something really lower to something really higher? Or is it merely change from one indifferent thing to another? Is there improvement or only difference? In the latter case, it makes not the slightest difference whether the ape becomes man or man becomes an ape. The one is as good as the other. In either case, it is merely a change from Tweedledum to Tweedledee. The change is meaningless and has no significance. The modern doctrine of evolution can only render the world more intelligible, can only develop into a philosophy of evolution by showing that there is evolution and not merely change, and this it can only do by giving a rational basis for the belief that some forms of existence are higher than others. To put the matter bluntly, why is a man higher than a horse, or a horse than a sponge? Answer that, and you have a philosophy of evolution. Fail to answer it, and you have none. Now the man in the street will say that man is higher than the horse because he not merely eats grass, but thinks, deliberates, possesses art, science, religion, morality. Ask him why these things are higher than eating grass, and he has no answer. From him, then, we turn to Spencer, and there we find a sort of answer. Man is higher because he is more organized. But why is it better to be more organized? Science, as such, has no answer. If pressed in this way, science may of course turn round and say, there is in the reality of things no higher and no lower. What I mean by higher and lower is simply more and less organized. Higher and lower are mere metaphors. They are the human way of looking at things. We naturally call higher what is nearest ourselves. But from the absolute point of view, there is no higher and lower. But this is to reduce the universe to a madhouse. It means that there is no purpose, no reason in anything that happens. The universe in this case is irrational. No explanation of it is possible. Philosophy is futile, and not only philosophy, but morality and everything else. If there is really no higher and lower, there is no better and no worse. It is just as good to be a murderer as to be a saint. Evil is the same as good. Instead of striving to be saints, statesmen, philosophers, we may as well go and play marbles, because all these values of higher and lower are mere delusions, the human way of looking at things. Spencer, then, has no answer to the question why it is better to be more organized. So we turn at last to Aristotle. He has an answer. He sees that it is meaningless to talk of development, advance, higher and lower, except in relation to an end. There is no such thing as advance unless it is an advance towards something. A body moving purposelessly in a straight line through infinite space does not advance. It might as well be here as a mile hence. In either case, it is no nearer to anything. But if it is moving towards a definite point, we can call this advance. Every mile it moves, it gets nearer to its end. So if we are to have a philosophy of evolution, it must be teleological. If nature is not advancing towards an end, there is no nearer and further, no higher and lower, no development. What then is the end? It is the actualization of reason, says Aristotle. The primal being is eternal reason, but this is not existent. It must come to exist. It first enunciates itself vaguely as gravitation, but this is far off from its end, which is the existence of reason as such in the world. It comes nearer in plants and animals. It is proximately reached in man, for man is the existent reason. But there is no question of the universe coming to a stop when it reaches its end, the usual objection to teleology. For the absolute end, absolute form can never be reached. The higher is thus the more rational, the lower the less rational. Now if we try to go on asking, why is it better to be more rational, we find we cannot ask such a question. The word why means that we want a reason. And our question is absurd because we are asking a reason for reason. Why is it better to be rational means simply, how is reason rational? To doubt it is a self-contradiction. Or, to put the same thing in another way, reason is the absolute. And to ask why it is better to be rational is to demand that the ultimate should be expressed in terms of something beyond it. Hence, modern science has no philosophy of evolution, whereas Aristotle has. The main idea of pantheism is that everything is God. The clod of earth is divine because it is a manifestation of deity. Now, this idea is all very well, and is in fact essential to philosophy. We find it in Aristotle himself, since the entire world is, for him, the actualization of reason, and reason is God. But this is also a very dangerous idea, if not supplemented by a rationally grounded scale of values. No doubt everything is, in a sense, God. But if we leave it at this, it would follow that, since everything is equally divine, there is no higher and lower. If the clod of earth, like the saintliest man, is God, and there is no more to say of the matter, then how is the saint higher than the clod of earth? Why should one ever struggle towards higher things, when in reality all are equally high? Why avoid evil, when evil is as much a manifestation of God as good? Mere pantheism must necessarily end in this calamitous view. And these deplorable effects explain the fact that Hinduism, with all its high thinking, finds room for the worship of cows and snakes, and with all its undoubted moral elevation, yet allows into its fold the grossest abominations. Both these features are due to the pantheistic placing of all things on a par as equally divine. Not, of course, that Hinduism has not a sort of doctrine of evolution, a belief in a higher and lower. As everyone knows, it admits the belief that in successive incarnations the soul may mount higher and higher till it perhaps rejoins the common source of all things. There is probably no race of man so savage that it does not instinctively feel that there is a higher and lower, a better and worse in things. But the point is that, although Hinduism has its scale of values and its doctrine of development, it has no rational foundation for these, and though it has the idea of higher and lower, yet, because this is without foundation, it lets it slip. It never grips the idea, and so easily slides into the view that all is equally divine. The thought that all is God, and the thought that there are higher and lower beings, are, on the surface, opposed and inconsistent theories. Yet both are necessary, and it is the business of philosophy to find a reconciliation. This Aristotle does, but Hinduism fails to do. It asserts both, but fails to bring them to unity. Now it asserts one view, and again at another time it asserts the other. And this, of course, is connected with the general defect of Oriental thinking, its vagueness. Everything is seen, but seen in a haze, in which all things appear one, in which shapes flow into another, in which nothing has an outline, in which even vital distinctions are obliterated. Hence it is that, Though Oriental thought contains, in one way or another, practically all philosophical ideas, it grips none and can hold nothing fast. It seizes its object, but its flabby grasp relaxes and slips off. Hinduism, like modern science, has its doctrine of evolution, but it has no philosophy of evolution. End of section 34.
Section 35 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 13, Aristotle, Part 5, Ethics. The individual. A strong note of practical moderation pervades the ethics of Aristotle. While Plato's ethical teaching transcended the ordinary limits of human life and so lost itself in ideal utopias, Aristotle, on the other hand, sits down to make practical suggestions. He wishes to inquire what the good is, but by this he means not some ideal good impossible of attainment upon this earth, but rather that good which, in all the circumstances in which men find themselves, ought to be realizable. The ethical theories of Plato and Aristotle are thus characteristics of the two men. Plato despised the world of sense and sought to soar altogether beyond the common life of the senses. Aristotle, with his love of facts and of the concrete, keeps close within the bounds of actual human experience. The first question for ethics is the nature of the summum bonum. We desire one thing for the sake of a second, we desire that for the sake of a third. But if this series of means and ends goes on ad infinitum, then all desire and all action are futile and purposeless. There must be some one thing which we desire not for the sake of anything else, but on its own account. What is this end in itself, the summum bonum at which all human activity ultimately aims? Everybody, says Aristotle, is agreed about the name of this end. It is happiness. What all men seek, what is the motive of all their actions, that which they desire for the sake of itself and nothing beyond, is happiness. But though all agree as to the name, beyond that there is no agreement. Philosophers, no less than the vulgar, differ as to what this word happiness means. Some say it is a life of pleasure. Others say it consists in the renunciation of pleasures. Some recommend one life, some another. We must repeat here the warning which was found necessary in the case of Plato, who also called the summum bonum happiness. Aristotle's doctrine is no more to be confused with modern utilitarianism than is Plato's. Moral activity is usually accompanied by a subjective feeling of enjoyment. In modern times, the word happiness connotes the feeling of enjoyment, but for the Greeks, it was the moral activity which the word signified. For Aristotle, an action is not good because it yields enjoyment. On the contrary, it yields enjoyment because it is good. The utilitarian doctrine is that the enjoyment is the ground of the moral value. But for Aristotle, the enjoyment is the consequence of the moral value. Hence, when he tells us that the highest good is happiness, he is giving us no information regarding its nature, but merely applying a new name to it. We have still to inquire what the nature of the good is. As he himself says, everyone agrees upon the name, but the real question is what this name connotes. Aristotle's solution of this problem follows from the general principles of his philosophy. We have seen that throughout nature, every being has its proper end, and the attainment of this end is its special function. Hence, the good for each being must be adequate performance of its special function. The good for man will not consist in the pleasure of the senses. Sensation is the special function of animals, but not of man. Man's special function is reason. Hence, the proper activity of reason is the summum bonum, the good for man. Morality consists in the life of reason, but what precisely that means, we still have to see. Man is not only a reasoning animal. As the higher being, he contains within himself the faculties of the lower beings also. Like plants, he is appetitive, like animals, sensitive. The passions and appetites are an organic part of his nature. Hence, virtue will be of two kinds. The highest virtues will be found in the life of reason and the life of thought, philosophy. These intellectual virtues are called by Aristotle dianoetic. Secondly, the ethical virtues proper will consist in the submission of the passions and appetites to the control of reason. The dianoetic virtues are the higher because in them man's special function alone is in operation, and also because the thinking man most resembles God, whose life is a life of pure thought. Happiness, therefore, consists in the combination of dianoetic and ethical virtues. They alone are of absolute value to man. Yet though he places happiness in virtue, Aristotle, in his broad and practical way, does not overlook the fact that external goods and circumstances have a profound influence upon happiness, and cannot be ignored, as the Cynics attempted to ignore them. Not that Aristotle regards externals as having any value in themselves. What alone is good in itself, is an end in itself, is virtue. But external goods help a man in his quest of virtue. Poverty, sickness, and misfortune, on the other hand, hinder his efforts. Therefore, though externals are not goods in themselves, they may be a means toward the good. Hence they are not to be despised and rejected. Riches, friends, health, good fortune are not happiness, but they are negative conditions of it. With them, happiness is within our grasp. Without them, its attainment is difficult. They will be valued accordingly. Aristotle says little in detail of the dianoetic virtues, and we may turn at once to the main subject of his moral system, the ethical virtues. These consist in the governance of the passions by reason. Socrates was wrong in supposing that virtue is purely intellectual, that nothing save knowledge is needed for it, and that if a man thinks right, he must needs do right. He forgot the existence of the passions, which are not easily controlled. A man may reason perfectly, his reason may point him to the right path, but his passions may get the upper hand and lead him out of it. How then is reason to gain control over the appetites? Only by practice. It is only by continual effort, by the constant exercise of self-control, that the unruly passions can be tamed. Once brought under the yoke, their control becomes habit. Aristotle lays the utmost emphasis on the importance of habit in morality. It is only by cultivating good habits that a man becomes good. Now, if virtue consists in the control of the appetites by reason, it thus contains two constituents, reason and appetite. Both must be present. There must be passions if they are to be controlled. Hence the ascetic ideal of rooting out the passions altogether is fundamentally wrong. It overlooks the fact that the higher form does not exclude the lower that were contrary to the conception of evolution. It includes and transcends it. It forgets that the passions are an organic part of man, and that to destroy them is to do injury to his nature by destroying one of its essential members. The passions and appetites are in fact the matter of virtue, reason its form, and the mistake of asceticism is that it destroys the matter of virtue and supposes that the form can subsist by itself. Virtue means that the appetites must be brought under control, not that they must be eradicated. Hence there are two extremes to be avoided. It is extreme on the one hand to attempt to uproot the passions, and it is extreme on the other to allow them to run riot. Virtue means moderation. It consists in hitting the happy mean as regards to the passions, in not allowing them to get the upper hand of reason, and yet in not being quite passionless and apathetic. From this follows the famous Aristotelian doctrine of virtue as the mean between two extremes. Every virtue lies between two vices, which are the excess and defect of appetite, respectively. What is the criterion here? Who is to judge? How are we to know what is the proper mean in any matter? Mathematical analogies will not help us. It is not a case of drawing a straight line from one extreme to the other and finding the middle point by bisection. And Aristotle refuses to lay down any rule of thumb in the matter. There is no golden rule by virtue of which we can tell where the proper mean is. It all depends on circumstances and on the person involved. What is the proper mean in one case is not the proper mean in another. What is moderate for one man is immoderate for his neighbor. Hence the matter must be left to the good judgment of the individual. A sort of fine tact, good sense is required to know the mean, which Aristotle calls insight. This insight is both the cause and the effect of virtue. It is the cause because he who has it knows what he ought to do. It is the effect because it is only developed by practice. Virtue renders virtue easy. Each time a man, by use of his insight, rightly decides upon the mean, it becomes easier for him to discriminate next time. Aristotle attempts no systematic classification of the virtues as Plato had done. This sort of schematism is contrary to the practical character of his thought. He sees that life is far too complex to be treated in this way. The proper mean is different in every different case, and therefore there are as many virtues as there are circumstances in life. His list of virtues, therefore, is not intended to be exhaustive. It is merely illustrative. Though the number of virtues is infinite, there are certain well-recognized kinds of good action which are of such constant importance in life that they have received names. By the example of some of these virtues, Aristotle illustrates his doctrine of the mean. For instance, courage is the mean between cowardice and rashness. That is to say, cowardice is the defect of boldness, rashness the excess, courage the reasonable medium. Munificence is the mean between pettiness and vulgar profusion, good temper between spiritlessness and irascibility, politeness between rudeness and obsequiousness, modesty between shamelessness and bashfulness, temperance between insensibility and intemperance. Justice hardly comes into the scheme. It is rather a virtue of the state than of the individual, and it has been thought by some that the book devoted to it in the Ethics has been misplaced. Justice is of two kinds, distributive and corrective. Its fundamental idea is the assignment of advantages and disadvantages according to merit. Distributive justice assigns honors and rewards according to the worth of the individuals involved. Corrective justice has to do with punishment. If a man improperly obtains an advantage, things must be equalized by the imposition on him of a corresponding disadvantage. Justice, however, is a general principle, and no general principle is equal to the complexity of life. Special cases cannot be foreseen. The necessary adjustment of human relations arising from this cause is equity. Aristotle is a pronounced supporter of the freedom of the will. He censures Socrates because the latter's theory of virtue practically amounts to a denial of freedom. According to Socrates, whoever thinks right must necessarily do right, but this is equivalent to denying a man's power to choose evil, and if he cannot choose evil, he cannot choose good. For the right-thinking man does not do right voluntarily, but necessarily. Aristotle believed, on the contrary, that man has the choice of good and evil. The doctrine of Socrates makes all actions involuntary, but in Aristotle's opinion, only actions performed under forcible compulsion are involuntary. Aristotle did not, however, consider the special difficulties in the theory of free will which in modern times have made it one of the most thorny of all philosophical problems. Hence his treatment of the subject is not of great value to us. The state. Politics is not a separate subject from ethics. It is merely another division of the same subject, and this not merely because politics is the ethics of the state as against the individual, but because the morality of the individual really finds its end in the state and is impossible without it. Aristotle agrees with Plato that the object of the state is the virtue and happiness of the citizens, which are impossible except in the state. For man is a political animal by nature, as is proved by his possession of speech, which would be useless to any save a social being. And the phrase by nature means the same here as elsewhere in Aristotle. It means that the state is the end of the individual, and that activity in the state is part of man's essential function. The state, in fact, is the form, the individual the matter. The state provides both an education in virtue and the necessary opportunities for its exercise. Without it, man would not be man at all. He would be a savage animal. The historical origin of the state Aristotle finds in the family. At first there is the individual. The individual gets himself a mate, and the family arises. The family, in Aristotle's opinion, includes the slaves, for like Plato, he sees no wrong in the institution of slavery. A number of families joining together develop into a village community, and a number of village communities into a polis, city, or state. Beyond the city, of course, the Greek idea of the state did not extend. Such then is the historical origin of the state, but it is of capital importance to understand that in Aristotle's opinion, this question of historical origin has nothing on earth to do with the far more important question what the state essentially is. It is no mere mechanical aggregate of families and village communities. The nature of the state is not explained in this way. For though the family is prior to the state in order of time, the state is prior to the family and to the individual in order of thought and in reality. For the state is the end, and the end is always prior to that of which it is the end. The state as form is prior to the family as matter, and in the same way the family is prior to the individual. And as the explanation of things is only possible by teleology, it is the end which explains the beginning, it is the state which explains the family, and not vice versa. The true nature of the state, therefore, is not that it is a mechanical sum of individuals as a heap of sand is the sum of its grains. The state is a real organism, and the connection of part to part is not mechanical, but organic. The state has a life of its own, and its members also have their own lives which are included in the higher life of the state. All the parts of an organism are themselves organisms, and as the distinction between organic and inorganic is that the former has its end in itself, while the latter has its end external to it, this means that the state is an end in itself, that the individual is an end in himself, and that the former end includes the latter. Or we may express the same thought otherwise by saying that, in the state, both the whole and the parts are to be regarded as real, both having their own lives and, in their character as ends, their own rights. Consequently, there are two kinds of views of the nature of the state which are, according to Aristotle, fundamentally erroneous. The first is the kind of view which depends upon asserting the reality of the parts but denying the reality of the whole, or what is the same thing, allowing that the individual is an end in himself, but denying that the state as a whole is such an end or has a separate life of its own. The second kind of false view is of the opposite kind and consists in allowing reality only to the whole state and denying the reality of its parts, the individuals. The opinions that the state is merely a mechanical aggregate of individuals, that it is formed by the combination of individuals or families for the sake of mutual protection and benefit, and that it exists only for these purposes, are examples of the first kind. Such views subordinate the state to the individual. The state is treated as an external contrivance for securing the life, the property, or the convenience of the individual. The state exists solely for the sake of the individual and is not in itself an end. The individual alone is real, the state unreal, because it is only a collection of individuals. These views forget that the state is an organism, and they forget all that this implies. Aristotle would have condemned on these grounds the social contract theory so popular in the 18th century, and likewise the view of modern individualism that the state exists solely to ensure that the liberty of the individual is curtailed only by the right of other individuals to the same liberty. The opposite kind of false view is illustrated by the ideal state of Plato. As the views we have just discussed deny the reality of the whole, Plato's view, on the contrary, denies the reality of the parts. For him, the individual is nothing, the state everything. The individual is absolutely sacrificed to the state. He exists only for the state, and thus Plato makes the mistake of setting up the state as sole end and denying that the individual is an end in himself. Plato imagined that the state is a homogeneous unity in which its parts totally disappear. But the true view is that the state, as an organism, is a unity which contains heterogeneity. It is coherent, yet heterogeneous. And Plato makes the same mistake in his view of the family as in his view of the individual. The family, Aristotle thinks, is like the individual, a real part of the social whole. It is an organism within an organism. As such, it is an end in itself, has absolute rights, and cannot be obliterated. But Plato expressly proposed to abolish the family in favor of the state, and by suggesting community of wives and the education of children in state nurseries from the year of their birth, struck a deadly blow at an essential part of the state organization. Aristotle thus supports the institution of family, not on sentimental but on philosophic grounds. Aristotle gives no exhaustive classification of different kinds of state because forms of government may be as various as the circumstances which give rise to them. His classification is intended to include only outstanding types. He finds that there are 6 such types, of which 3 are good. The other 3 are bad because they are corruptions of the good types. These are 1. Monarchy, the rule of one man by virtue of his being so superior in wisdom to all his fellows that he naturally rules them. The corruption of monarchy is 2. Tyranny, the rule of one man founded not on wisdom and capacity, but upon force. The second good form is 3. Aristocracy, the rule of the wiser and better few, of which the corrupt form is 4. Oligarchy, the rule of the rich and powerful few. 5. Constitutional republic or timocracy arises where all the citizens are of fairly equal capacity, that is, where no standout individual or class exists, so that all or most take a share in the government. The corresponding corrupt form is 6. Democracy, which, though it is the rule of the many, is more especially characterized as being the rule of the poor. Unlike Plato, Aristotle depicts no ideal state. No single state, he thinks, is in itself the best. Everything must depend upon the circumstances. What is the best state in one age and county will not be the best in another. Moreover, it is useless to discuss utopian constitutions. What alone interests the sane and balanced mind of Aristotle is the kind of constitution which we may hope to actually realize. Of the 3 good forms of government, he considers that monarchy is theoretically the best. The rule of a single, perfectly wise and just man would be better than any other. But it has to be given up as impracticable because such perfect individuals do not exist, and it is only among primitive peoples that we find the hero, the man whose moral stature so completely exalts him above his fellows that he rules as a matter of course. The next best state is aristocracy, and last in Aristotle's opinion comes constitutional republic, which is, however, perhaps the best state suited to the special needs and level of development of the Greek city-states. End of section 35.
Section 36 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Moon Lilith. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 13, Aristotle. Part 6, Aesthetics, or the Theory of Art. Plato had no systematic philosophy of art, and his views had to be collected from scattered references. Aristotle, likewise, has scarcely a system, though his opinions are more connected, and though he devoted a special treatise, the Poetics, to the subject. And this book, which has come down to us in a fragmentary condition, deals exclusively with poetry, and even in poetry, only the drama is considered in detail. What we have from Aristotle on the subject of aesthetics may be divided roughly into two classes. Firstly, reflections on the nature and significance of art in general, and secondly, a more detailed application of these principles to the art of poetry. We shall deal with these two classes of opinions in that order. In order to know what art is, we must first know what it is not. It must be distinguished from kindred activities. And firstly, it is distinguished from morality in that morality is concerned with action, art with production. Morality consists in the activity itself, art in that which the activity produces. Hence, the state of mind of the actor, his motives, feelings, etc., are important in morality, for they are part of the act itself. But they are not important in art, the only essential being that the work of art should turn out well, however it has been produced. Secondly, art is distinguished from the activity of nature, which it in many respects resembles. Organic beings reproduce their own kind, and in the fact that it is concerned with production, generation resembles art. But in generation, the living being produces only itself. The plant produces a plant. Man begets man. But the artist produces something quite other than himself: a poem, a picture, a statue. Art is of two kinds, according as it aims at completing the work of nature, or at creating something new, an imaginary world of its own, which is a copy of the real world. In the former case, we get such arts as that of medicine. Where nature has failed to produce a healthy body, the physician helps nature out, and completes the work that she has begun. In the latter case, we get what are, in modern times, called the fine arts. These Aristotle calls the imitative arts. We saw that Plato regarded all art as imitative, and that such a view is essentially unsatisfactory. Now, Aristotle uses the same word, which he perhaps borrowed from Plato, but his meaning is not the same as Plato's, nor does he fall into the same mistakes. That in calling art imitative, he has not in mind the thought that it has for its aim merely the faithful copying of natural objects, is proved by the fact that he mentions music as the most imitative of the arts, whereas music is, in fact, in this sense, the least imitative of all. The painter may conceivably be regarded as imitating trees, rivers, or men, but the musician, for the most part, produces what is unlike anything in nature. What Aristotle means is that the artist copies not the sensuous object, but what Plato would call the idea. Art is thus not, in Plato's contemptuous phrase, a copy of a copy. It is a copy of the original. Its object is not this or that particular thing, but the universal, which manifests itself in the particular. Art idealizes nature, that is, sees the idea in it. It regards the individual thing not as an individual, but in its universal aspects, as the fleeting embodiment of an eternal thought. Hence, it is that the sculpture depicts not the individual man, but rather the type man, the perfection of his kind. Hence, too, in modern times, the portrait painter is not concerned to paint a faithful image of his model, but takes the model merely as a suggestion and seizes upon that essential and eternal essence, that ideal thought or universal, which he sees shining through the sensuous materials in which it is imprisoned. His task is to free it from this imprisonment. The common man sees only the particular object. The artist sees the universal in the particular. Every individual thing is a compound of matter and form, of particular and universal. The function of art is to exhibit the universal in it. Hence, poetry is truer, more philosophical than history. For history deals only with the particular as the particular. It tells us only of the fact of what has happened. Its truth is mere correctness, accuracy. It has not in it, as art has, the living and eternal truth. It does not deal with the idea. It yields us only the knowledge of something that, having happened, having gone by, is finished. Its object is transient and perishable. It concerns only the endless iteration of meaningless events. But the object of art is that inner essence of objects and events, which perishes not, and of which the objects and events are the mere external drapery. If, therefore, we would arrange philosophy, art, and history in order of their essential nobility and truth, we should place philosophy first, because its object is the universal as it is in itself, the pure universal. We should place art second, because its object is the universal in the particular, and history last, because it deals only with the particular as such. Yet because each thing in the world has its own proper function, and errs if it seeks to perform the functions of something else. Hence, in Aristotle's opinion, art must not attempt to emulate philosophy. It must not deal with the abstract universal. The poet must not use his verses as a vehicle of abstract thought. His proper sphere is the universal as it manifests itself in the particular, not the universal as it is in itself. Aristotle, for this reason, censures didactic poetry. Such a poem as that of Empedocles, who unfolded his philosophical system in meter, is not in fact poetry at all. It is versified philosophy. Art is thus lower than philosophy. The absolute reality, the inner essence of the world, is thought, reason, the universal. To contemplate this reality is the object alike of philosophy and of art. But art sees the absolute not in its final truth, but wrapped up in a sensuous drapery. Philosophy sees the absolute as it is in itself, in its own nature, in its full truth. It sees it as it what essentially is, thought. Philosophy, therefore, is the perfect truth. But this does not mean that art is to be superseded and done away with. Because philosophy is higher than art, it does not follow that a man should suppress the artist in himself in order to rise to philosophy. For an essential thought of the Aristotelian philosophy is that in the scale of beings, even the lower form is an end in itself and has absolute rights. The higher activities presuppose the lower and rest upon them. The higher includes the lower, and the lower, as an organic part of its being, cannot be eradicated without injury to the whole. To suppress art in favor of philosophy would be a mistake precisely parallel to the moral error of asceticism. In treating of Aristotle's ethics, we saw that, although the activity of reason is held in highest esteem, the attempt to uproot the passions was censured as erroneous. So here, though philosophy is the crown of man's spiritual activity, art has its rights and is an absolute end in itself, a point which Plato failed to see. In the human organism, the head is the chief of the members, but one does not cut off the hand because it is not the head. Coming now to Aristotle's special treatment of the art of poetry, we may note that he concentrates his attention almost exclusively upon the drama. It does not matter whether the plot of a drama is historical or fictitious. For the object of art, the exhibition of the universal, is just as well attained in an imaginary as in a real series of events. Its aim is not correctness, but truth, not facts, but the idea. Drama is of two kinds, tragedy and comedy. Tragedy exhibits the nobler specimens of humanity, comedy the worse. This remark should be carefully understood. It does not mean that the hero of a tragedy is necessarily a good man in the ordinary sense. He may even be a wicked man. But the point is that, in some sense, he must be a great personality. He cannot be an insignificant person. He cannot be a non-entity. Be he good or bad, he must be conceived in the grand manner. Milton's Satan is not good, but he is great, and would be a fit subject for a tragedy. The soundness of Aristotle's thought here is very noteworthy. What is mean and sordid can never form the basis of tragedy. Modern newspapers have done their best to debauch this word, tragedy. Some wretched, noteless human being is crushed to death by a train, and the newspapers had their paragraph, "Fearful Tragedy at Peckham Rye." Now, such an incident may be sad, it may be dreadful, it may be horrible, but it is not tragic. Tragedy, no doubt, deals with suffering, but there is nothing great and ennobling about this suffering. And tragedy is concerned with the sufferings of greatness. In the same way, Aristotle does not mean that the comic hero is necessarily a wicked man, but that he is, on the whole, a poor creature, an insignificant being. He may be very worthy, but there is something low and ignoble about him which makes us laugh. Tragedy brings about a purification of the soul through pity and terror. Mean, sordid, or dreadful things do not ennoble us, but the representation of truly great and tragic sufferings arouses in the beholder pity and terror which purge his spirit and render it serene and pure. This is the thought of a great and penetrating critic. The theory of certain scholars, based upon etymological grounds, that it means that the soul is purged not through, but of pity and terror, that, by means of a diarrhea of these unpleasant emotions, we get rid of them and are left happy, is the thought of men whose scholarship may be great, but whose understanding of art is limited. Such a theory would reduce Aristotle's great and illuminating criticism to the meaningless babble of a Philistine. End of section 36.
Section 37 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 13, Aristotle, Part 7, Critical Estimate of Aristotle's Philosophy. It is not necessary to spend so much time upon criticizing Aristotle as we spent upon doing the same for Plato, and that for two reasons. In the first place, Plato, with his obvious greatness, abounded in defects which had to be pointed out, whereas we have but little adverse criticism for Aristotle. Secondly, Aristotle's main defect is a dualism almost identical with that of Plato, and what has been said of the one need only be shortly applied to the other. At bottom, Aristotle's philosophy is the same as Plato's, with some of the main defects and crudities removed. Plato was the founder of the philosophy of the idea, but in his hands idealism was clogged with unessentials and overgrown with excrescences. His crude theory of the soul as a thing mechanically forced in and out of the body, his doctrines of reincarnation and recollection, the belief that this thing, the soul, can travel to some place far away where it will see those things, the ideas, and above all, what is the root of all these, the confusion between reality and existence, with its consequent degradation of the universal to a mere particular. These were the unessentials with which Plato connected his essential idealism. To take the pure theory of ideas, albeit not under that name, to purge it of these encumbrances and to cast them upon the rubbish heap, to cleanse Plato's gold of its dross, this was the task of Aristotle. Thought, the universal, the idea, form, call it what you will, this is the ultimate reality, the foundation of the world, the absolute prius of all things. So thought both Plato and Aristotle. But whereas Plato began to draw mental pictures of the universal, to imagine that it existed apart in a world of its own, and so might be experienced by the vision of the wandering soul, Aristotle saw that this was to treat thought as if it were a thing, to turn it into a mere particular again. He saw that the universal, though it is the real, has no existence in a world of its own, but only in this world, only as a formative principle of particular things. This is the keynote of his philosophy. Aristotle registers, therefore, an enormous advance upon Plato. His system is the perfected and completed Greek idealism. It is the highest point reached in the philosophy of Greece, the flower of all previous thought, the essence and pure distillation of the Greek philosophic spirit, the gathering up of all that is good in his predecessors and the rejection of all that is faulty and worthless. Such is the philosophy of Aristotle. It was not possible for the Greek spirit to advance further. Further development could be only decay, and so in fact it turned out to be. Aristotle deserves, too, the credit of having produced the only philosophy of evolution which the world has ever seen, with the exception of that of Hegel, and Hegel was enabled to find a newer theory of evolution only by following largely in the footsteps of Aristotle. This was perhaps Aristotle's most original contribution to thought. Yet the factors of the problem, though not its solution, he took from his predecessors. The problem of becoming had tortured Greek thought from the earliest ages. The philosophy of Heraclitus, in which it was most prominent, had failed to solve it. Heraclitus and his successors racked their brains to discover how becoming could be possible. But even if they had solved this minor problem, the greater question still remained in the background. What does this becoming mean? Becoming for them was only meaningless change. It was not development. The world process was an endless stream of futile and purposeless events, a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Aristotle not merely asked himself how becoming is possible. He showed that becoming has a meaning, that it signifies something, that the world process is a rationally ordered development towards a rational end. But though Aristotle's philosophy is the highest presentation of the truth in ancient times, it cannot be accepted as anything final and faultless. Doubtless no philosophy can ever attain to finality. Let us apply our twofold test. Does his principle explain the world, and does it explain itself? First, does it explain the world? The cause of Plato's failure here was the dualism in his system between sense and thought, between matter and the ideas. It was impossible to derive the world from the ideas, because they were absolutely separated from the world. The gulf was so great that it could never be bridged. Matter and idea lay apart and could never be brought together. Now Aristotle saw this dualism in Plato and attempted to surmount it. The universal and the particular, he said, do not thus lie apart in different worlds. The idea is not a thing here, and matter a thing there, so that these two incommensurables have to be somehow mechanically and violently forced together to form a world. Universal and particular, matter and form, are inseparable. The connection between them is not mechanical, but organic. The dualism of Plato is thus admitted and refuted. But is it really surmounted? The answer must be in the negative. It is not enough by a tour de force to bring matter and form together, to assert that they are inseparable, while they remain all the time in principle separate entities. If the absolute is form, matter ought to be deduced from form, shown to be merely a projection and manifestation of it. It must be shown that form not only molds matter but produces it. If we assert that the one primal reality is form, then clearly we must prove that all else in the world, including matter, arises out of that prime being. Either matter arises out of form or it does not. If it does, this arising must be exhibited. If it does not, then form is not the sole ultimate reality, for matter is equally an ultimate, underivative, primordial substance. In that case, we thus have two equally real, ultimate beings, each underived from the other, existing side by side for all eternity. This is dualism, and this is the defect of Aristotle. Not only does he not derive matter from form, but he obviously sees no necessity for doing so. He would probably have protested against any attempt to do so, for when he identifies the formal, final, and efficient causes with each other, leaving out the material cause, this is equivalent to an assertion that matter cannot be reduced to form. Thus his dualism is deliberate and persistent. The world, says Aristotle, is composed of matter and form. Where does this matter come from? As it does not in his system arise out of form, we can only conclude that its being is wholly in itself, i.e., that it is a substance, an absolute reality. And this is utterly inconsistent with Aristotle's assertion that it is in itself nothing but a mere potentiality. Thus, in the last resort, this dualism of sense and thought, of matter and idea, of unlimited and limiting, which runs the little rift within the loop, through all Greek philosophy, is not resolved. The world is not explained because it is not derived from a single principle. If form be the absolute, then the whole world must flow out of it. In Aristotle's system, it does not. Secondly, is the principle of form self-explanatory? Here again we must answer negatively. Most of what was said of Plato under this head applies equally to Aristotle. Plato asserted that the absolute is reason, and it was therefore incumbent on him to show that his account of reason was truly rational. He failed to do so. Aristotle asserts the same thing, for form is only another word for reason. Hence he must show us that this form is a rational principle, and this means that he must show us that it is necessary. But he fails to do so. How is form a necessary and self-determining principle? Why should there be such a principle as form? We cannot see any necessity. It is a mere fact. It is nothing but an ultimate mystery. It is so, and that is an end of it. But why it should be so, we cannot see. Nor can we see why there should be any of the particular kinds of form that there are. To explain this, Aristotle ought to have shown that the forms constitute a systematic unity, that they can be deduced one from another, just as we saw that Plato ought to have deduced all the ideas from one another. Thus Aristotle asserts the form of plants is nutrition, of animals sensation, and that the one passes into the other. But even if this assertion be true, it is a mere fact. He ought not merely to have asserted this, but to have deduced sensation from nutrition. Instead of being content to allege that, as a fact, nutrition passes into sensation, he ought to have shown that it must pass into sensation, that the passage from one to the other is a logical necessity. Otherwise, we cannot see the reason why this change occurs. That is to say, the change is not explained. Consider the effects of this omission upon the theory of evolution. We are told that the world process moves toward an end, and that this end is the self-realization of reason, and that it is proximately attained in man, because man is a reasoning being. So far, this is quite intelligible, but this implies that each step in evolution is higher than the last, because it approaches nearer to the end of the world process. And as that end is the realization of reason, this is equivalent to saying that each step is higher than the last, because it is more rational. But how is sensation more rational than nutrition? Why should it not be the other way about? Nutrition passes through sensation into human reason, but why should not sensation pass through nutrition into human reason? Why should not the order be reversed? We cannot explain. And such an admission is absolutely fatal to any philosophy of evolution. The whole object of such a philosophy is to make it clear to us why the higher form is higher, and why the lower is lower. Why, for example, nutrition must, as lower, come first, and sensation second, and not vice versa. If we can see no reason why the order should not be reversed, this simply means that our philosophy of evolution has failed in its main point. It means that we cannot see any real difference between lower and higher, that therefore we have merely change without development, since it is indifferent whether A passes into B or B into A. The only way in which Aristotle could have surmounted these difficulties would have been to prove that sensation is a development of reason which goes beyond nutrition, and he could only do this by showing that sensation logically arises out of nutrition. For a logical development is the same as a rational development. He ought to have logically deduced sensation from nutrition, and so with all the other forms. As it is, all that can be said is that Aristotle was the founder of a philosophy of evolution because he saw that evolution implies movement towards an end, and because he attempted to point out the different stages in the attainment of that end, but that he failed rationally to develop the doctrine stage by stage. As neither the principle of form in general was shown to be necessary, nor were the particular forms deduced from each other, we have to conclude that Aristotle, like Plato, named a self-explanatory principle, reason or form, as ultimate principle of things, but failed to show in detail that it is self-explanatory. Yet in spite of these defects, the philosophy of Aristotle is one of the greatest philosophies that the world has ever seen, or is ever likely to see. If it does not solve all problems, it does render the world more intelligible to us than it was before. End of section 37.
Section number 38 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 14. The General Character of Post-Aristotelian Philosophy. The rest of the story of Greek philosophy is soon told, for it is the story of decay. The post-Aristotelian is the least instructive of the three periods of Greek thought, and I shall delineate only its main outlines. The general characteristics of the decay of thought which set in after Aristotle are intimately connected with the political, social, and moral events of the time. Although the huge empire of Alexander had broken up at the conqueror's death, this fact had in no way helped the Greek states to throw off the yoke of their oppressors. With the single exception of Sparta, which stubbornly held out, they had become, for all intents and purposes, subject to the dominion of Macedonia, and the death of Alexander did not alter this fact. It was not merely that rude might had overwhelmed a beautiful and delicate civilization, that civilization itself was decaying. The Greeks had ceased to be a great and free people. Their vitality was ebbing. Had it not been one conqueror, it would have been another. They were growing old. They had to give way before younger and sturdier races. It was not so many years now before Greece, passing from one alien yoke to another, was to become no more than a Roman province. Philosophy is not something that subsists independently of the growth and decay of the spirit of man. It goes hand in hand with political, social, religious, and artistic development. Political organization, art, religion, science, and philosophy are but different forms in which the life of a people expresses itself. The innermost substance of the national life is found in the national philosophy, and the history of philosophy is the kernel of the history of the nations. It was but natural, then, that from the time of Alexander onwards, Greek philosophy should exhibit symptoms of decay. The essential mark of the decay of Greek thought was the intense subjectivism which is a feature of all the post-Aristotelian schools. Not one of them is interested in the solution of the world problem for its own sake. The pure scientific spirit, the desire for knowledge for its own sake, is gone. That curiosity, that wonder of which Aristotle speaks as the inspiring spirit of philosophy, is dead. The motive power of philosophy is no longer the disinterested pursuit of truth, but only the desire of the individual to escape from the ills of life. Philosophy only interests men insofar as it affects their lives. It becomes anthropocentric and egocentric. Everything pivots on the individual subject, his destiny, his fate, the welfare of his soul. Religion has long since become corrupted and worthless, and philosophy is now expected to do the work of religion, and to be a haven of refuge from the storms of life. Hence it becomes essentially practical. Before everything else, it is ethical. All other departments of thought are now subordinated to ethics. It is not as in the days of the strength and youth of the Greek spirit, when Xenophanes or Anaxagoras looks out into the heavens and naively wondered what the sun and the stars were, and how the world arose. Men's thought no longer turns outwards toward the stars, but only inwards upon themselves. It is not the riddle of the universe, but the riddle of human life, which makes them ponder. This subjectivism has as its necessary consequences one-sidedness, absence of originality, and finally complete skepticism. Since men are no longer interested in the wider problems of the universe, but only in the comparatively petty problems of human life, their outlook becomes exclusively ethical, narrow, and one-sided. He who cannot forget his own self, cannot merge and lose himself in the universe, but looks as all things only as they affect himself, does not give birth to great and universal thoughts. He becomes self-centered, and makes the universe revolve around him. Hence we no longer have no great, universal, all-embracing systems like those of Plato and Aristotle. Metaphysics, physics, logic are not studied for their own sakes, but only as preparations for ethics. Narrowness, however, is always compensated by intensity, which in the end becomes fanaticism. Hence the intense earnestness and almost miraculous heights of fanatical asceticism to which the Stoics attained, and an unbalanced and one-sided philosophy leads to extremes. Such a philosophy, obsessed by a single idea, unrestrained by any consideration for other and equally important factors of truth, regardless of all other claims, pushes its idea pig-headedly to its logical extreme. Such a procedure results in paradoxes and extravagances. Hence the Stoics, if they made duty their watchword, must needs conceive it in the most extreme opposition to all natural impulses, with a sternness unheard of in any previous ethical doctrine, save that of the Cynics. Hence the skeptics, if they lighted on the thought that knowledge is difficult of attainment, must needs rush to the extreme conclusion that any knowledge is utterly impossible. Hence the Neoplatonists must needs cap all these tendencies by making out a drunken frenzy of the soul to be the true organ of philosophy, and by introducing into speculation all the fantastic paraphernalia of sorcery, demons, and demigods. Absence of sanity and balance, then, are characteristics of the last period of Greek philosophy. The serenity and calm of Plato and Aristotle are gone, and in their place we have turgidity and extravagance. Lack of originality is a second consequence of the subjectivism of the age. Since metaphysics, physics, and logic are not cultivated, except in a purely practical interest, they do not flourish. Instead of advancing in these arenas of thought, the philosophies of the age go backwards. Older systems, long discredited, are revived, and their dead bones triumphantly paraded abroad. The Stoics return to Heraclitus to their physics. Epicurus resurrects the atomism of Democritus. Even in ethics, on which they concentrate all their thought, these post-Aristotelian systems have nothing essentially new to say. Stoicism borrows its principal ideas from the Cynics, Epicureanism from the Cyrenaics. The post-Aristotelians rearrange old thoughts in a new order. They take up the ideas of the past and exaggerate this or that aspect of them. They twist and turn them in all directions and squeeze them dry for a drop of new life. But in the end, nothing new eventuates. Greek thought is finished, and there is nothing new to be got out of it, torture it how they will. From the first Stoic to the last Neoplatonist, there is no essentially new principle added to philosophy, unless we count as such the sad and jaded ideas which the Neoplatonists introduced from the East. Lastly, subjectivism ends naturally in skepticism, the denial of all knowledge, the rejection of all philosophy. We have already seen in the Sophists the phenomenon of subjectivism leading to skepticism. The Sophists made the individual subject the measure of truth and morals, and in the end this meant the denial of truth and morality altogether. So it is now. The subjectivism of the Stoics and Epicureans is followed by the skepticism of Pyrrho and his successors. With them, as with the Sophists, nothing is true or good in itself, but only opinion makes it so. End of section 38.
Section 39 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Naughton Giles. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 15. The Stoics. Zeno of Cyprus, the founder of the Stoic school, a Greek of Phoenician descent, was born around 342 BC and died in 270. He is said to have followed philosophy because he lost all his property in a shipwreck, a motive characteristic of the age. He came to Athens and learned philosophy under Crates the Cynic, Stilpo the Megaric, and Polemo the Academic. About 300 BC he founded his school at the Stoa Poecile, many-colored portico, whence the name Stoic. He died by his own hand. He was followed by Cleanthes, and then by Chrysippus, as leaders of the school. Chrysippus was a man of immense productivity and laborious scholarship. He composed over 700 books, but all are lost. Though not the founder, he was the chief pillar of Stoicism. The school attracted many adherents and flourished for many centuries, not only in Greece, but later in Rome, where some of the most thoughtful writers such as Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus counted themselves among its followers. We know little for certain as to what share particular Stoics, Zeno, Cleanthes, or Chrysippus had in the formation of the doctrines of the school. But after Chrysippus, the main lines of the doctrine were complete. We shall deal, therefore, with Stoicism as a whole, and not with the special teaching of particular Stoics. The system is divided into 3 parts: logic, physics, and ethics, of which the first 2 are entirely subservient to the last. Stoicism is essentially a system of ethics, which, however, is guided by a logic as theory of method, and rests upon physics as foundation. Logic. We may pass over the formal logic of the Stoics, which is, in all essentials, the logic of Aristotle. To this, however, they added a theory, peculiar to themselves, of the origin of knowledge and the criterion of truth. All knowledge, they said, enters the mind through the senses. The mind is a tabula rasa, upon which sense impressions are inscribed. It may have a certain activity of its own, but this activity is confined exclusively to materials supplied by the physical organs of sense. This theory stands, of course, in sheer opposition to the idealism of Plato, for whom the mind alone was the source of knowledge, the senses being the sources of all illusion and error. The Stoics denied the metaphysical reality of concepts. Concepts are merely ideas in the mind, abstracted from particulars, and have no reality outside consciousness. Since all knowledge is a knowledge of sense objects, truth is simply the correspondence of our impressions to things. How are we to know whether our ideas are correct copies of things? How distinguish between reality and imagination, dreams or illusions? What is the criterion of truth? It cannot lie in concepts, since these are of our own making. Nothing is true save sense impressions, and therefore the criterion of truth must lie in sensation itself. It cannot be in thought, but must be in feeling. Real objects, said the Stoic, produce in us an intense feeling, or conviction, of their reality. The strength and vividness of the image distinguish these real perceptions from a dream or fancy. Hence the sole criterion of truth is this striking conviction, whereby the real forces itself upon our consciousness, and will not be denied. The relapse into complete subjectivity will here be noted. There is no universally grounded criterion of truth. It is based, not on reason, but on feeling. All depends on the subjective convictions of the individual. End of section 39. Section 40 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Naughton Childs. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 15. The Stoics. Part 2. Physics. The fundamental proposition of the Stoic physics is that nothing incorporeal exists. This materialism coheres with the sensationalism of their doctrine of knowledge. Plato placed knowledge in thought, and reality, therefore, in the idea. The Stoics, however, place knowledge in physical sensation, and reality, therefore, in what is known by the senses, matter. All things, they said, even the soul, even God himself, are material, and nothing more than material. This belief they based upon two main considerations. Firstly, the unity of the world demands it. The world is one, and must issue from one principle. We must have a monism. The idealism of Plato and Aristotle had resolved itself into a futile struggle against the dualism of matter and thought. Since the gulf cannot be bridged from the side of the idea, we must take our stand on matter and reduce mind to it. Secondly, body and soul, God and the world, are pairs which act and react upon one another. The body, for example, produces thoughts, sense impressions, in the soul. The soul produces movements in the body. This would be impossible if both were not of the same substance. The corporeal cannot act on the incorporeal, nor the incorporeal on the corporeal. There is no point of contact. Hence, all must be equally corporeal. All things being material, what is the original kind of matter, or stuff, of which the world is made? The Stoics turned to Heraclitus for an answer. Fire is the primordial kind of being, and all things are composed of fire. With this materialism, the Stoics combined pantheism. The primal fire is God. God is related to the world exactly as the soul to the body. The human soul is likewise fire, and comes from the divine fire. It permeates and penetrates the entire body, And, in order that its interpenetration might be regarded as complete, the Stoics denied the impenetrability of matter. Just as the soul fire permeates the whole body, so God, the primal fire, pervades the entire world. He is the soul of the world. The world is his body. But in spite of this materialism, the Stoics averred that God is absolute reason. This is not a return to idealism. It does not imply the incorporeality of God, for reason, like all else, is material. It means simply that the divine fire is a rational element. Since God is reason, it follows that the world is governed by reason, and this means two things. It means, firstly, that there is a purpose in the world, and therefore order, harmony, beauty, and design. Secondly, since reason is law as opposed to the lawless, it means that the universe is subject to the absolute sway of law. It is governed by rigorous necessity of cause and effect. Hence, the individual is not free. There can be no true freedom of the will in a world governed by necessity. We may, without harm, say that we choose to do this or that our acts are voluntary. But such phrases merely mean that we assent to what we do. What we do is nonetheless governed by causes, and therefore by necessity. The world process is circular. God changes the fiery substance of himself first into air, then water, then earth. So the world arises. But it would be ended by a conflagration in which all things will return into the primal fire. Therefore, at a preordained time, God will again transmute himself into a world. It follows from the law of necessity that the course taken by this second and every subsequent world will be identical in every way with the course taken by the first world. The process goes on forever, and nothing new ever happens. The history of each successive world is the same as that of all the others down to the minutest details. The human soul is part of the divine fire, and proceeds into man from God. Hence, it is a rational soul, and this is a point of cardinal importance, in connection with the Stoic ethics. But the soul of each individual does not come direct from God. The divine fire was breathed into the first man, and therefore passes from parent to child in the act of procreation. After death, all souls, according to some, but only the souls of the good, according to others, continue in individual existence until the general conflagration in which they and all else return to God. End of section 40. Section 41 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Naughton Childs. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Section 41. Chapter 15. The Stoics. Part 3. Ethics. The Stoic ethical teaching is based upon two principles already developed in their physics. First, that the universe is governed by absolute law, which admits of no exceptions, and second, that the essential nature of man is reason. Both are summed up in the famous Stoic maxim, live according to nature. For this maxim has two aspects. It means, in the first place, that men should conform themselves to nature in the wider sense, that is, to the laws of the universe, and secondly, that they should conform their actions to nature in the narrower sense, to their own essential nature, reason. These two expressions mean, for the Stoics, the same thing. For the universe is governed not only by law, but by the law of reason, and man, in following his own rational nature, is ipso facto conforming himself to the laws of the larger world. In a sense, of course, there is no possibility of man's disobeying the laws of nature, for he, like all else in the world, acts of necessity. And it might be asked, what is the use of the exhorting a man to obey the laws of the universe when, as part of the great mechanism of the world, he cannot by any possibility do anything else? It is not to be supposed that a genuine solution of this difficulty is to be found in the Stoic philosophy. They urged, however, that though man will in any case do as the necessity of the world compels him, it is given to him alone, not merely to obey the law, but to assent to his own obedience, to follow the law consciously and deliberately, as only a rational being can. Virtue, then, is life according to reason. Morality is simply rational action. It is the universal reason which is to govern our lives, not the caprice and self-will of the individual. The wise man consciously subordinates his life to the life of the whole universe, and recognizes himself as merely a cog in the great machine. Now, the definition of morality as the life according to reason is not a principle peculiar to the Stoics. Both Plato and Aristotle taught the same. In fact, as we have already seen, to found morality upon reason, and not upon peculiar foibles, feelings, or intuitions of the individual self, is the basis of every genuine ethic. But what was peculiar to the Stoics was the narrow and one-sided interpretation which they gave to this principle. Aristotle had taught that the essential nature of man is reason, and that morality consists in following this, his essential nature. But he recognized that the passions and appetites have their place in the human organism. He did not demand their suppression, but merely their control by reason. But the Stoics looked upon the passions as essentially irrational, and demanded their complete extirpation. They envisaged life as a battle against the passions, in which the latter had to be completely annihilated. Hence their ethical views end in a rigorous and unbalanced asceticism. Aristotle, in his broad and moderate way, though he believed virtue alone to possess intrinsic value, yet he allowed external goods and circumstances a place in the scheme of life. The Stoics asserted that virtue alone is good, vice alone evil, and that all else is absolutely indifferent. Poverty, sickness, pain, and death are not evils. Riches, health, pleasure, and life are not goods. A man may commit suicide, for in destroying his life he destroys nothing of value. Above all, pleasure is not a good. One ought not to seek pleasure. Virtue is the only happiness, and man must be virtuous, not for the sake of pleasure, but for the sake of duty. And since virtue alone is good, vice alone evil, there followed the further paradox that all virtues are equally good, and all vices equally evil. There are no degrees. Virtue is founded upon reason, and so upon knowledge. Hence the importance of science, physics, logic, which are valued not for themselves, but because they are the foundations of morality. The prime virtue, and the root of all other virtues, is therefore wisdom. The wise man is synonymous with the good man. From the root virtue, wisdom, spring the four cardinal virtues: insight, bravery, self-control, justice. But since all virtues have one root, he who possesses wisdom possesses all virtue. He who lacks it lacks all. A man is either wholly virtuous or wholly vicious. The world is divided into wise men and fools, the former perfectly good, the latter absolutely evil. There is nothing between the two. There is no such thing as a gradual transition from one to the other. Conversion must be instantaneous. The wise man is perfect, has all happiness, freedom, riches, beauty. He alone is the perfect king, statesman, poet, prophet, orator, critic, physician. The fool has all vice, all misery, all ugliness, all poverty, and every man is one or the other. Asked where such a wise man was to be found, the Stoics pointed doubtably at Socrates and Diogenes the Cynic. The number of the wise, they thought, is small, and is continually growing smaller. The world, which they painted in the blackest colors as a sea of vice and misery, grows steadily worse. In all this we easily recognize the features of a resuscitated cynicism, but the Stoics modified and softened the harsh outlines of cynicism, and rounded off its angles. To do this meant inconsistency. It meant that they first laid down harsh principles, and then proceeded to tone them down, to explain them away, to admit exceptions. Such inconsistency the Stoics accepted with their habitual cheerfulness. This process of toning down their first harsh utterances took place mainly in three ways. In the first place, they modified their principle of the complete extirpation of the passions. Since this is impossible, and, if possible, could only lead to immovable inactivity, they admitted that the wise man might exhibit certain mild and rational emotions, and that the roots of the passions might be found in him, though he never allowed them to grow. In the second place, they modified their principle that all else, save virtue and vice, is indifferent. Such a view is unreal, and out of accord with life. Hence the Stoics, with a masterly disregard of consistency, stuck to the principle, and yet declared that among things indifferent, some are preferable to others. If the wise man has the choice between health and sickness, he will choose the former. Indifferent things were divided into three classes: those to be preferred, those to be avoided, and those which are absolutely indifferent. In the third place, the Stoics toned down the principle that men are either wholly good or wholly evil. The famous heroes and statesmen of history, though fools, are yet polluted with the common vices of mankind less than others. Moreover, what were the Stoics to say about themselves? Were they wise men or fools? They hesitated to claim perfection, to put themselves on a level with Socrates and Diogenes. Yet they could not bring themselves to admit that there was no difference between themselves and the common herd. They were proficients, and, if not absolutely wise, approximated to wisdom. If the Stoics were thus merely less consistent cynics, and originated nothing in the doctrines of physics and ethics so far considered, yet one idea at least they can claim to be the inventors. This was the idea of cosmopolitanism. This they deduced from two grounds. Firstly, the universe is one, proceeds from one God, is ordered by one law, and forms one system. Secondly, however much men may differ in unessentials, they share their essential nature, their reasons, in common. Hence, all men are of one stock as rational beings, and should form one state. The division of mankind into warring states is irrational and absurd. The wise man is not a citizen of this or that state. He is a citizen of the world. This is, however, only an application of principles already asserted. The Stoics produced no essentially new thought in physics or in ethics. Their entire stock of ideas is but a new combination of ideas already developed by their predecessors. They were narrow, extreme, over-rigorous, and one-sided. Their truths are all half-truths, and they regarded philosophy too subjectively. What alone interested them was the question, how am I to live? Yet in spite of these defects, there is undoubtedly something grand and noble about their zeal for duty, their exultation above all that is petty and paltry, their uncompromising contempt for all lower ends. Their merit, says Schwegler, was that in an age of ruin, they held fast by the moral idea. End of section 41.
Section 42 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. The Epicureans. Epicurus was born at Samos in 342 BC. He founded his school a year or two before Zeno founded the Stoa, so that the two schools from the first ran parallel in time. The school of Epicurus lasted over 6 centuries. Epicurus early became acquainted with the atomism of Democritus, but his learning in earlier systems of philosophy does not appear to have been extensive. He was a man of estimable life and character. He founded his school in 306 BC. The Epicurean philosophy was both founded and completed by him. No subsequent Epicurean to any appreciable extent added to or altered the doctrines laid down by the founder. The Epicurean system is even more purely practical in tendency than the Stoic. In spite of the fact that Stoicism subordinates logic and physics to ethics, yet the diligence and care which the Stoics bestowed upon such doctrines as those of the criterion of truth, the nature of the world, the soul, and so on, afford evidence of a genuine, if subordinate, interest in these subjects. Epicurus likewise divided his system into logic, which he called canonic, physics, and ethics, yet the two former branches of thought are pursued with an obvious carelessness and absence of interest. It is evident that learned discussions bored Epicurus. His system is amiable and shallow. Knowledge for its own sake is not desired. Mathematics, he said, are useless because they have no connection with life. The logic or canonic we may pass over completely, as possessing no elements of interest, and come at once to the physics. Physics interests Epicurus only from one point of view, its power to banish superstitious fear from the minds of men. All supernatural religion, he thought, operates for the most part upon mankind by means of fear. Men are afraid of the gods, afraid of retribution, afraid of death, because of the stories of what comes after death. This incessant fear and anxiety is one of the chief causes of the unhappiness of men. Destroy it, and we have at least got rid of the prime hindrance to human happiness. We can only do this by means of a suitable doctrine of physics. What is necessary is to be able to regard the world as a piece of mechanism governed solely by natural causes, without any interference by supernatural beings, in which man is free to find his happiness how and when he will, without being frightened by the bogies of popular religion. For though the world is ruled mechanically, man, thought Epicurus, in opposition to the Stoics, possesses free will, and the problem of philosophy is to ascertain how he can best use this gift in a world otherwise mechanically governed. What he required, therefore, was a purely mechanical philosophy. To invent such a philosophy for himself was a task not suited to his indolence, and for which he could not pretend to possess the necessary qualifications. Therefore he searched the past, and soon found what he wanted in the atomism of Democritus. This, as an entirely mechanical philosophy, perfectly suited his ends, and the pragmatic spirit in which he chose his beliefs, not on the abstract grounds of their objective truth, but on the basis of his subjective needs and personal wishes, will be noted. It is a sign of the times. When truth comes to be regarded as something that men may construct in accordance with their real or imagined needs, and not in accordance with any objective standard, we are well advanced upon the downward path of decay. Epicurus, therefore, adopted the atomism of Democritus and Bloch, or with trifling modifications. All things are composed of atoms and the void. Atoms differ only in shape and weight, not in quality. They fall eternally through the void. By virtue of free will, they deviate infinitesimally from the perpendicular in their fall, and so clash against one another. This, of course, is an invention of Epicurus, and formed no part of the doctrine of Democritus. It might be expected of Epicurus that his modifications would not be improvements. In the present case, the attribution of free will to the atoms adversely affects the logical consistency of the mechanical theory. From the collision of atoms arises a whirling movement out of which the world emerges. Not only the world, but all individual phenomena are to be explained mechanically. Teleology is rigorously excluded. In any particular case, however, Epicurus is not interested to know what particular causes determine a phenomenon. It is enough for him to be sure that it is wholly determined by mechanical causes, and that supernatural agencies are excluded. The soul being composed of atoms which are scattered at death, a future life is not to be thought of. But this is to be regarded as the greatest blessing. It frees us from the fear of death and the fear of a hereafter. Death is not an evil. For if death is, we are not. If we are, death is not. When death comes, we shall not feel it, for is it not the end of all feeling and consciousness? and there is no reason to fear now what we know that we shall not feel when it comes. Having thus disposed of the fear of retribution in a future life, Epicurus proceeds to dispose of the fear of the interference of the gods in this life. One might have expected that Epicurus would for this purpose have embraced atheism, but he does not deny the existence of the gods. On the contrary, he believed that there are innumerable gods. They have the form of men, because that is the most beautiful of all forms. They have distinctions in sex. They eat, drink, and talk Greek. Their bodies are composed of a substance like light. But though Epicurus allows them to exist, he is careful to disarm them, and to rob them of their fears. They live in the interstellar spaces, an immortal, calm, and blessed existence. They do not intervene in the affairs of the world, because they are perfectly happy. Why should they burden themselves with the control of that which nowise concerns them? Theirs is the beatitude of a wholly untroubled joy. Immortal are they, clothed with powers, not to be comforted at all, lords over all the fruitless hours, too great to appease, too high to appall, too far to call. Man, therefore, freed from the fear of death and the fear of the gods, has no duty save to live as happily as he can during his brief space upon earth. We can quit the realm of physics with a light heart and turn to what alone truly matters, ethics, the consideration of how man ought to conduct his life. End of section 42. Section 43 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ethics. If the Stoics were the intellectual successors of the Cynics, the Epicureans bear the same relation to the Cyrenaics. Like Aristippus, they founded morality upon pleasure, but they differ because they developed a purer and nobler conception of pleasure than the Cyrenaics had known. Pleasure alone is an end in itself. It is the only good. Pain is the only evil. Morality, therefore, is an activity which yields pleasure. Virtue has no value on its own account, but derives its value from the pleasure which accompanies it. This is the only foundation which Epicurus could find, or desired to find, for moral activity. This is his only ethical principle. The rest of the Epicurean ethics consist in the interpretation of the idea of pleasure. And firstly, by pleasure, Epicurus did not mean, as the Cyrenaics did, merely the pleasure of the moment, whether physical or mental. He meant the pleasure that endures throughout a lifetime, a happy life. Hence we are not to allow ourselves to be enslaved by any particular pleasure or desire. We must master our appetites. We must often forego a pleasure if it leads in the end to greater pain. We must be ready to undergo pain for the sake of a greater pleasure to come. And it was just for this reason, secondly, that the Epicureans regarded spiritual and mental pleasures as far more important than those of the body. And it was just for this reason, secondly, that the Epicureans regarded spiritual and mental pleasures as far more important than those of the body. For the body feels pleasure and pain only while they last. The body has in itself neither memory nor foreknowledge. It is the mind which remembers and foresees, and by far the most potent pleasures and pains are those of remembrance and anticipation. A physical pleasure is a pleasure to the body only now, but the anticipation of a future pain is mental anxiety. The remembrance of a past joy is a present delight. Hence, what is to be aimed at above all is a calm, untroubled mind, for the pleasures of the body are ephemeral, those of the spirit enduring. The Epicureans, like the Stoics, preached the necessity of superiority to bodily pains and external circumstances. So a man must not depend for his happiness upon externals. He must have his blessedness in his own self. The wise man can be happy even in bodily torment, for in the inner tranquillity of his soul he possesses a happiness which far outweighs any bodily pain. Yet innocent pleasures of sense are neither forbidden nor to be despised. The wise man will enjoy whatever he can without harm. Of all mental pleasures, the Epicureans laid perhaps most stress upon friendship. The school was not merely a collection of fellow philosophers, but above all a society of friends. Thirdly, the Epicurean ideal of pleasure tended rather towards a negative than a positive conception of it. It was not the state of enjoyment that they aimed at, much less the excitement of the feelings. Not the feverish pleasures of the world constituted their ideal. They aimed rather at a negative absence of pain, at tranquility, quiet calm, repose of spirit, undisturbed by fears and anxieties. As so often with men whose ideal is pleasure, their view of the world was tinged with a gentle and even luxurious pessimism. Positive happiness is beyond the reach of mortals. All that man can hope for is to avoid pain and to live in quiet contentment. Fourthly, pleasure does not consist in the multiplication of needs and their subsequent satisfaction. The multiplication of wants only renders it more difficult to satisfy them. It complicates life without adding to happiness. We should have as few needs as possible. Epicurus himself lived a simple life and advised his followers to do the same. The wise man, he said, living on bread and water, could vie with Zeus himself in happiness. Simplicity, cheerfulness, moderation, temperance are the best means to happiness. The majority of human wants, and the example of the thirst for fame is quoted, are entirely unnecessary and useless. Lastly, the Epicurean ideal, though containing no possibility of an exalted nobility, was yet by no means entirely selfish. A kindly, benevolent temper appeared in these men. It is pleasanter, they said, to do a kindness than to receive one. There is little of the stern stuff of heroes, but there is much that is gentle and lovable in the amiable moralizings of these butterfly philosophers. End of section 43.
Section 44 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Naughton Childs. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 17. The Skeptics. Skepticism is a semi-technical term in philosophy, and means the doctrine which doubts or denies the possibility of knowledge. It is thus destructive of philosophy, since philosophy purports to be a form of knowledge. Skepticism appears and reappears at intervals in the history of thought. We have already met with it among the sophists. When Gorgias said that, if anything exists, it cannot be known, this was a direct expression of the skeptical spirit. And the Protagorean, man is the measure of all things, amounts to the same thing, for it implies that man can only know things as they appear to him, and not as they are in themselves. In modern times, the most noted skeptic was David Hume, who attempted to show that the most fundamental categories of thought, such as substance and causality, are illusory, and thereby to undermine the fabric of knowledge. Subjectivism usually ends in skepticism. For knowledge is the relation of subject and object, and to lay exclusive emphasis upon one of its terms, the subject, ignoring the object, leads to the denial of the reality of everything except that which appears to the subject. This was so with the sophists, and now we have the reappearance of a similar phenomenon. The skeptics, of whom we are about to treat, made their appearance at about the same time as the Stoics and Epicureans. This subjective tendencies of the latter schools find their logical conclusion in the skeptics. Skepticism makes its appearance usually, but not always, when the spiritual forces of a race are in decay. When its spiritual and intellectual impulses are spent, the spirit flags, grows weary, loses confidence, begins to doubt its power of finding truth, and the despair of truth is skepticism. Pyrrho. The first to introduce a thoroughgoing skepticism among the Greeks was Pyrrho. He was born about 360 BC, and was originally a painter. He took part in the Indian expedition of Alexander the Great. He left no writings, and we owe our knowledge of his thoughts chiefly to his disciple Timon of Phlius. His philosophy, in common with all post-Aristotelian systems, is purely practical in its outlook. Skepticism, the denial of knowledge, is not posited on account of its speculative interest, but only because Pyrrho sees in it the road to happiness and the escape from the calamities of life. The proper course of the sage, said Pyrrho, is to ask himself 3 questions. The proper course of the sage, said Pyrrho, is to ask himself 3 questions. Firstly, he must ask what things are and how they are constituted. Secondly, how we relate to these things. Thirdly, what ought to be our attitude toward them. As to what things are, we can only answer that we know nothing. We only know how things appear to us, but of their inner substance we are ignorant. The same thing appears differently to different people, and therefore it is impossible to know which opinion is right. The diversity of opinion among the wise, as well as among the vulgar, proves this. To every assertion, the contradictory assertion can be opposed with equally good grounds, and whatever my opinion, the contrary opinion is believed by somebody else, who is quite as clever and competent to judge as I am. Opinion we may have, but certainty and knowledge are impossible. Hence our attitude to things, the third question, ought to be complete suspense of judgment. We can be certain of nothing, not even the most trivial assertions. Therefore, we ought never to make any positive statements on any subject, and the Pyrrhonists were careful to import an element of doubt even into the most trifling assertions which they might make in the course of their daily life. They did not say, "It is so," but "it seems so," or "it appears so to me." Every observation would be prefixed with a "perhaps" or "it may be." The absence of certainty applies as much to practical as to theoretical matters. Nothing is in itself true or false. It only appears so. In the same way, nothing is in itself good or evil. It is only opinion, custom, law which makes it so. When the sage realizes this, he will cease to prefer one course of action to another, and the result will be apathy, ataraxia. All action is the result of preference, and preference is the belief that one thing is better than another. If I go to the north, it is because, for one reason or another, I believe that it is better than going to the south. Suppress this belief, learn that the one is not in reality better than the other, but only appears so, and one would go in no direction at all. Complete suppression of opinion would mean complete suppression of action, and it was at this that Pyrrho aimed. To have no opinions was the skeptical maxim, because in practice it meant apathy, total quietism. All action is founded on belief, and all belief is delusion. Hence, the absence of all activity is the ideal of the sage. In this apathy he will renounce all desires, for desire is the opinion that one thing is better than another. He will live in complete repose, in undisturbed tranquility of soul, free from all delusions. Unhappiness is the result of not attaining what one desires, or of losing it when attained. The wise man, being free from desires, is free from unhappiness. He knows that though men struggle and fight for what they desire, vainly supposing some things better than others, such activity is but a futile struggle about nothing. For all things are equally indifferent, and nothing matters. Between health and sickness, life and death, difference there is none. Yet insofar as the sage is compelled to act, he will follow probability, opinion, custom, and law, but without any belief in the essential validity or truth of these criteria. End of section 44. Section 45 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Naughton Childs. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 17. The Skeptics. Part 2. The New Academy. The skepticism founded by Pyrrho soon became extinct, but an essentially similar doctrine began to be taught in the school of Plato. After the death of Plato, the Academy continued, under various leaders, to follow in the path marked out by the founder. But, under the leadership of Arcesilaus, skepticism was introduced into the school, and from that time, therefore, it is usually known as the New Academy. For though its historical continuity as a school was not broken, its essential character underwent change. What especially characterized the New Academy was its fierce opposition to the Stoics, whom its members attacked as the chief dogmatists of the time. Dogmatism, for us, usually means making assertions without proper grounds. But since skepticism regards all assertions as equally ill-grounded, the holding of any positive opinion whatever is by it regarded as dogmatism. The Stoics were the most powerful, influential, and forceful of all those who at that time held any positive philosophical opinions. Hence they were singled out for attack by the New Academy as the greatest of dogmatists. Arcesilaus attacked especially their doctrine of the criterion of truth, the striking conviction which, according to the Stoics, accompanies truth, equally accompanies error. There is no criterion of truth, either in sense or in reason. I am certain of nothing, said Arcesilaus. I am not even certain that I am certain of nothing. But the academics did not draw from their skepticism, as Pyrrho had done, the full logical conclusion as regards action. Men, they thought, must act, and although certainty and knowledge are impossible, probability is a sufficient guide for action. Carneades is usually considered the greatest of the academic skeptics, yet he added nothing essentially new to their conclusions. He appears, however, to have been a man of singularly acute and powerful mind, whose destructive criticism acted like a battering ram, not only upon Stoicism, but upon all established philosophies. As examples of his thoughts may be mentioned in the two following. Firstly, nothing can ever be proved, for the conclusion must be proved by premises, which in turn require proof, and so ad infinitum. Secondly, it is impossible to know whether our ideas of an object are true, i.e., whether they resemble the object, because we cannot compare our idea with the object itself. To do so would involve getting outside our own minds. We know nothing of the object except our idea of it, and therefore we cannot compare the original and the copy, since we can only see the copy. End of section 45. Section 46 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Naughton Childs. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 17. The Skeptics. Part 3. Later Skepticism. After a period of obliteration, skepticism again revived in the Academy. Of this last phase of Greek skepticism, Anicedemus, a contemporary of Cicero, is the earliest example, and later we have the well-known names of Simplicius and Sextus Empiricus. The distinctive character of later skepticism is its return to the position of Pyrrho. The New Academy, in its eagerness to overthrow the Stoic dogmatism, had fallen into a dogmatism of its own. If the Stoics dogmatically asserted, the academics equally dogmatically denied. But wisdom lies neither in assertion nor denial, but in doubt. Hence the later skeptics returned to the attitude of complete suspense of judgment. Moreover, the academics had allowed the possibility of probable knowledge, and even this is now regarded as dogmatism. Anicedemus was the author of the 10 well-known arguments that show the impossibility of knowledge. They contain in reality not 10, but only 2 or 3 distinct ideas, several being merely different expressions of the same line of reasoning. They are as follows. 1. The feelings and perceptions of all living beings differ. 2. Men have physical and mental differences, which make things appear different to them. 3. The different senses give different impressions of things. 4. Our perceptions depend on our physical and intellectual conditions at the time of perception. 5. Things appear different in different positions and at different distances. 6. Perception is never direct, but always through a medium. For example, we see things through the air. 7. Things appear different according to variations in their quantity, color, motion, and temperature. 8. A thing impresses us differently when it is familiar and when it is unfamiliar. 9. All supposed knowledge is predication. All predicates give us only the relation of things to other things or to ourselves. They never tell us what the thing in itself is. 10. The opinions and customs of men are different in different countries. End of section 46.
Section 47 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aaron Cohen. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 18, Transition to Neoplatonism. It has been doubted whether Neoplatonism ought to be included in Greek philosophy at all, and Erdmann, in his History of Philosophy, places it in the medieval division. For, firstly, an interval of no less than 5 centuries separates the foundation of Neoplatonism from the foundation of the preceding Greek schools, the Stoic, the Epicurean, and the Skeptic. How long a period this is will be seen if we remember that the entire development of Greek thought, from Thales to the Skeptics, occupied only about 3 centuries. Plotinus, the real founder of Neoplatonism, was born in 205 AD, so that it is, as far as historical time is concerned, a product of the Christian era. Secondly, its character is largely un-Greek and un-European. The Greek elements are largely swamped by Oriental mysticism. Its seat was not in Greece, but at Alexandria, which was not a Greek but a cosmopolitan city. Men of all races met here, and in particular it was here that East and West joined hands, and the fusion of thought which resulted was Neoplatonism. But, on the other hand, it seems wrong to include the thought of Plotinus and his successors in medieval philosophy. The whole character of what is usually called medieval philosophy was determined by its growth upon a distinctively Christian soil. It was Christian philosophy. It was the product of the new era which Christianity had substituted for paganism. Neoplatonism, on the other hand, is not only unchristian, but even anti-Christian. The only Christian influence to be detected in it is that of opposition. It is a survival of the pagan spirit in Christian times. In it, the old pagan spirit struggles desperately against its younger antagonist, and finally succumbs. In it, we see the last gasp and final expiry of the ancient culture of the Greeks. So far as it is not Asiatic in its elements, it draws its inspiration wholly from the philosophies of the past, from the thought and culture of Greece. On the whole, therefore, it is properly classified as the last school of Greek philosophy. The long interval of time which elapsed between the rise of the preceding Greek schools, whose history we have traced, and the foundation of Neoplatonism, was filled up by the continued existence, in more or less fossilized form, of the main Greek schools, the academic, the peripatetic, the Stoic, and the Epicurean, scattered and harried at times by the inroads of skepticism. It would be wearisome to follow in detail the development in these schools, and the more or less trifling disputes of which it consists. No new thought, no original principle supervened. It is sufficient to say that, as time went on, the differences between the schools became softened, and their agreements became more prominent. As intellectual vigor wanes, there is always the tendency to forget differences, to rest, as the Orientals do, in the good-natured and comfortable delusion that all religions and all philosophies really mean much the same thing. Hence, eclecticism became characteristic of the schools. They did not keep themselves distinct. We find Stoic doctrines taught by academics, academic doctrines by Stoics. Only the Epicureans kept their race pure, and stood aloof from the general eclecticism of the time. Certain other tendencies also made their appearance. There was a recrudescence of Pythagoreanism, with its attendant symbolism and mysticism. There grew up a tendency to exalt the conception of God so high above the world, to widen so greatly the gulf which divides them, that it was felt that there could be no community between the two, that God could not act upon matter, nor matter upon God. Such interaction would contaminate the purity of the Absolute. Hence, all kinds of beings were invented, demons, spirits, and angels, intended to fill up the gap, and to act as intermediaries between God and the world. As an example of these latter tendencies, and as precursor of Neoplatonism proper, Philo the Jew deserves a brief mention. He lived at Alexandria between 30 BC and 50 AD. A staunch upholder of the religion and scriptures of the Hebrew race, he believed in the verbal inspiration of the Old Testament. But he was learned in Greek studies, and thought that Greek philosophy was a dimmer revelation of those truths which were more perfectly manifested in the sacred books of his own race. And just as Egyptian priests, out of national vanity, made out that Greek philosophy came from Egypt, just as Orientals now pretend that it came from India, so Philo declared that the origin of all that was great in Greek philosophy was to be found in Judea. Plato and Aristotle, he was certain, were followers of Moses, used the Old Testament, and gained their wisdom therefrom. Philo's own ideas were governed by the attempt to fuse Jewish theology and Greek philosophy into a homogeneous system. It was Philo, therefore, who was largely responsible for contaminating the pure, clear air of Greek thought with the enervating fogs of Oriental mysticism. Philo taught that God, as the absolutely infinite, must be elevated completely above all that is finite. No name, no thought can correspond to the infinity of God. He is the unthinkable and the ineffable, and his nature is beyond the reach of reason. The human soul reaches up to God, not through thought, but by means of a mystical inner illumination and revelation that transcends thought. God cannot act directly upon the world, for this would involve his defilement by matter and the limitation of his infinity. There are therefore intermediate spiritual beings who, as the ministers of God, created and control the world. All these intermediaries are included in the Logos, which is the rational thought which governs the world. The relation of God to the Logos, and of the Logos to the world, is one of progressive emanation. Clearly, the idea of emanation is a mere metaphor which explains nothing, and this becomes more evident when Philo compares the emanations to rays of light issuing from an effulgent center, and growing less and less bright as they radiate outwards. When we hear this, we know in what direction we are moving. This has the characteristic ring of Asiatic pseudo-philosophy. It reminds us forcibly of the Upanishads. We are passing out of the realm of thought, reason, and philosophy into the dream and shadow land of Oriental mysticism, where the heavy scents of beautiful poison flowers drug the intellect and obliterate thought in a blissful and languorous repose. End of section 47. Section 48 of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aaron Cohen. A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace. Chapter 19. The Neoplatonists. The word Neoplatonism is a misnomer. It does not stand for a genuine revival of Platonism. The Neoplatonists were no doubt the offspring of Plato, but they were the illegitimate offspring. The true greatness of Plato lay in his rationalistic idealism. His defects were mostly connected with his tendency to myth and mysticism. The Neoplatonists hailed his defects as the true and inner secret of his doctrine, developed them out of all recognition, and combined them with the hazy dream philosophies of the East. The reputed founder was Ammonius Saccas, but we may pass him over and come at once to his disciple Plotinus, who was the first to develop Neoplatonism into a system, was the greatest of all its exponents, and may be regarded as its real founder. He was born in 205 AD, at Lycopolis in Egypt, went to Rome in 245, founded his school there, and remained at the head of it till his death in 270. He left extensive writings which have been preserved. Plato had shown that the idea of the one, exclusive of all multiplicity, was an impossible abstraction. Even to say, the one is, involves the duality of the one. The absolute being can be no abstract unity, but only a unity in multiplicity. Plotinus begins by ignoring this supremely important philosophical principle. He falls back upon the lower level of Oriental monism. God, he thinks, is absolutely one. He is the unity which lies beyond all multiplicity. There is in him no plurality, no movement, no distinction. Thought involves the distinction between object and subject. Therefore the one is above and beyond thought. Nor is the one describable in terms of volition or activity. For volition involves the distinction between the willer and the willed, activity between the actor and that upon which he acts. God, therefore, is neither thought, nor volition, nor activity. He is beyond all thought and all being. As absolutely infinite, he is also absolutely indeterminate. All predicates limit their subject, and hence nothing can be predicated of the one. He is unthinkable, for all thought limits and confines that which is thought. He is the ineffable and inconceivable. The sole predicates which Plotinus applies to him are the one and the good. He sees, however, that these predicates, as much as any others, limit the infinite. He regards them, therefore, not as literally expressing the nature of the infinite, but as figuratively shadowing it forth. They are applied by analogy only. We can, in truth, know nothing of the one, except that it is. Now, it is impossible to derive the world from a first principle of this kind. As being utterly exalted above the world, God cannot enter into the world. As absolutely infinite, he can never limit himself to become finite, and so give rise to the world of objects. As absolutely one, the many can never issue out of him. The one cannot create the world, for creation is an activity, and the one is immutable and excludes all activity. As the infinite first principle of all things, the one must be regarded as in some sense the source of all being, and yet how it can give rise to being is inconceivable, since any such act destroys its unity and infinity. We saw, once for all, in the case of the Eleatics, that it is fatal to define the absolute as unity exclusive of all multiplicity, as immutable essence exclusive of all process, and that if we do so, we cut off all hope of showing how the world has issued from the absolute. It is just the same with Plotinus. There is in his system the absolute contradiction that the one is regarded, on the one hand, as source of the world, and on the other, as so exalted above the world that all relationship to the world is impossible. We come, therefore, to a complete deadlock at this point. We can get no further. We can find no way to pass from God to the world. We are involved in a hopeless, logical contradiction. But Plotinus was a mystic, and logical absurdities do not trouble mystics. Being unable to explain how the world can possibly arise out of the vacuum of the one, he has recourse, in the Oriental style, to poetry and metaphors. God, by reason of his super-perfection, quote, overflows himself, and this overflow becomes the world. He sends forth a beam from himself. As flame emits light, as snow cold, so do all lower beings issue from the one. Thus, without solving the difficulty, Plotinus deftly smothers it in flowery phrases, and quietly passes on his way. The first emanation from the one is called the nous. This nous is thought, mind, reason. We have seen that Plato regarded the absolute itself as thought. For Plotinus, however, thought is derivative. The one is beyond thought, and thought issues forth from the one, as first emanation. The nous is not discursive thought, however. It is not in time. It is immediate apprehension, or intuition. Its object is twofold. Firstly, it thinks the one, though its thought thereof is necessarily inadequate. Secondly, it thinks itself. It is the thought of thought, like Aristotle's God. It corresponds to Plato's world of ideas. The ideas of all things exist in the nous, and not only the ideas of classes, but of every individual thing. From the nous, as second emanation, proceeds the world soul. This is, in Erdmann's phrase, a sort of faded-out copy of the nous, and it is outside time, incorporeal, and indivisible. It works rationally, but yet is not conscious. It has a twofold aspect, inclining upwards to the nous on the one hand, and downwards to the world of nature on the other. It produces out of itself the individual souls which inhabit the world. The idea of emanation is essentially a poetical metaphor, and not a rational concept. It is conceived poetically by Plotinus as resembling light which radiates from a bright center and grows dimmer as it passes outwards, till it shades off at last into total darkness. This total darkness is matter. Matter, as negation of light, as the limit of being, is in itself not being. Thus, the crucial difficulty of all Greek philosophy, the problem of the whence of matter, the dualism of matter and thought, which we have seen Plato and Aristotle struggling in vain to subjugate, is loosely and lightly slurred over by Plotinus with poetic metaphors and roseate phrases. Matter Plotinus considers to be the ground of plurality and the cause of all evil. Hence, the object of life can only be, as with Plato, to escape from the material world of the senses. The first step in this process of liberation is catharsis, purification, the freeing of oneself from the dominion of the body and the senses. This includes all the ordinary ethical virtues. The second step is thought, reason, and philosophy. In the third stage, the soul rises above thought to an intuition of the nous. But all these are merely preparatory for the supreme and final stage of exaltation, into the Absolute One, by means of trance, rapture, ecstasy. Here all thought is transcended, and the soul passes into a state of unconscious swoon, during which it is mystically united with God. It is not a thought of God. It is not even that the soul sees God, for all such conscious activities involve the separation of the subject from its object. In the ecstasy, all such disunion and separation are annihilated. The soul does not look upon God from the outside. It becomes one with God. It is God. Such mystical raptures can, in the nature of the case, only be momentary, and the soul sinks back exhausted to the levels of ordinary consciousness. Plotinus claimed to have been exalted in this divine ecstasy several times during his life. After Plotinus, Neoplatonism continues with modifications in his successors, Porphyry, Iamblichus, Syrianus, Proclus, and others. The essential character of Neoplatonism comes out in its theory of the mystical exaltation of the subject to God. It is the extremity of subjectivism, the forcing of the individual subject to the center of the universe, to the position of the absolute being, and it follows naturally upon the heels of skepticism. In the skeptics, all faith in the power of thought and reason had finally died out. They took as their watchword the utter impotence of reason to reach the truth. From this it was but a step to the position that, if we cannot attain truth by the natural means of thought, we will do so by a miracle. If ordinary consciousness will not suffice, we will pass beyond ordinary consciousness altogether. Neoplatonism is founded upon despair, the despair of reason. It is the last frantic struggle of the Greek spirit to reach, by desperate means, by force, the point which it felt it had failed to reach by reason. It seeks to take the absolute by storm. It feels that where sobriety has failed, the violence of spiritual intoxication may succeed. It was natural that philosophy should end here, for philosophy is founded upon reason. It is the effort to comprehend, to understand, to grasp the reality of things intellectually. Therefore it cannot admit anything higher than reason. To exalt intuition, ecstasy, or rapture above thought, this is death to philosophy. Philosophy, in making such an admission, lets out its own lifeblood, which is thought. In Neoplatonism, therefore, ancient philosophy commits suicide. This is the end. The place of philosophy is taken henceforth by religion. Christianity triumphs and sweeps away all independent thought from its path. There is no more philosophy now, till a new spirit of inquiry and wonder is breathed into man at the Renaissance and the Reformation. Then the new era begins, and gives birth to a new philosophic impulse, under the influence of which we are still living. But to reach that new era of philosophy, the human spirit had first to pass through the arid wastes of scholasticism. End of section 48. End of A Critical History of Greek Philosophy by Walter Terence Stace.